see. Yeah, it's share original. Hmm.
I want to talk to her.
Rami.
Ow. I really don't like this.
Friends, enemies, kind mothers. Welcome.
Yeah.
Shall I plug it in?
Others.
Mm-hmm.
Wake up. Wake up
Show them the chihuahua.
clearly.
Chihuahua.
Episode of
Show
March
chihuahua.
13th, Saturday,
Show down chihuahua.
7 a.m. Hello, Stacy. Hello, Rami.
Good morning, Jairo.
Good
Hold
morning.
down chihuahua in front of the kitchen.
And here is Sally. We named her that because we already had a dog, and his name was Jack. It went with the Nightmare Before Christmas theme.
Sally and Jack, or Jack and Sally?
That's right.
She's the queen of the house.
I'm only the one listening to you because my wife doesn't want to. She likes to limit her exposure to these meetings.
Oh, okay.
And the demons there in case.
Excellent
Turn
idea.
him off. He's a bully.
They're a bad
Turn him off.
influence on the mind. But we try to wake up from our nightmare. I
That
woke
make
up,
people smile with the dogs.
I woke up with
Is
this
that your
alarm.
boyfriend, Sally?
Oh, maybe you should turn it on.
Oh no,
This alarm,
the dog that chases you around. Mm-hmm.
this alarm is connected to a pad and it goes on the bed. And so when my mother gets up, it sounds. And then I go run to her room to help her go to the
It
bathroom.
looks pale.
Ah, well, that's something else we both have in common then, because I too wipe people's butts for a living.
Oh, but I don't have to wipe
He looks
her
pale.
butt. Or she doesn't let me. But my sister will do that.
Oh, well, it's good. You know, it's good to know where the lines are drawn.
He looks pale today, Hopes.
The lines are drawn. Yes. So,
Are you getting enough sunshine?
Go find it, Tina.
let's see. I got this mechanism.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
You know, you can get it directly just by going out in the yard. No mechanism required. Oh, maybe that's why he looks so pale.
So I put this on here
Dude.
and oh no, turn it around. Oh, but then I can't see. So I have to go
Oh,
to
the sun.
oh shoot, here's Zoom. So I go to Zoom
One
on
of
my
those
phone
vampire demon things.
and join the meeting.
You'd make a good one for that Universal Halloween Horror Nights.
Join.
My wife thinks you should go be a cast member at Universal Studios.
Crew.
Sorry, crew member.
Crew member?
Cast.
Yeah. For the Halloween Horror Nights, she thinks you look pale enough these days.
Yeah, because you won't need much white face paint.
What about dressing up as a Dumbo or Pluto?
No, I think you'd make an excellent mortician.
Oh. Is it working?
With a 19th century
Hey, show them
Coat and
how
hat.
big the nice big ass coffee mug is.
Oh.
This is what my wife drinks in the morning.
A cool 18 ounces.
Approximately 18 ounces of coffee. That's how she gets her water.
Ounce.
Yep.
Indeed.
Hydration.
There we go. Wait. What's wrong?
Big ass.
It's set to the rear facing video or
Oh,
camera.
darn it. How do I switch it?
Or front facing, I guess.
Now, doggy.
The front facing camera. I want the rear facing.
Right, the higher res one.
Let's see.
Everybody should have a good doggy.
In here somewhere. Oh, there it is. When I tap on it, then I go like that.
You should explore the power of petting a
Oh
chihuahua.
yeah, that's the field of view is so much wider.
Oh,
He should explore the positivity of petting a chihuahua.
I accidentally tapped. No, it's working, isn't it? Yes.
Yes, it's working.
Oh,
I think no, it's not working. It's not transmitting video. You did turn off the video.
oh, that.
You know that, hubby?
That's right. It's not working.
I said positive when you have a chihuahua.
Where?
And yet all I'm thinking is all you're doing is exposing yourself to greater levels of Wi-Fi.
Ow.
Not that I know that that causes any harm.
That's hideous. Please.
There.
Okay, now you're going to have to mute one of those devices.
Oh. There we go.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Now my camera system is falling. Oh, you have to tape it up.
Right.
With some masking tape. Painter's masking tape.
Right.
There. So it won't fall over on top
Or you
of
could
the
just get a
phone.
Mac and be done with it.
Oh. Wait, it's still leaning. Because the phone is
I might
way-
have a Mac also. I'm
making
gonna
it
be
fall.
so interested. Mm.
Something I didn't test out
Okay.
last night. Oh, now you can see me in my underwear.
No.
Stuff happens.
No.
Then I brought
Let me unplug.
pajamas to wear.
Ouch, you actually hurt my ear.
There we go.
Pulling it out caused it to start ringing.
There we
Sorry, Nairo.
See me in my underwear.
Putting on his pants.
go. God knows
There
we
we
all
go.
didn't need to see that, huh?
Wake up and think
Now-
clearly.
But
We
forget
could
your
edit
pants.
that out, maybe. Or digitize it out.
If you want to wake up and think clearly, just put it
Or
up.
cut it.
Or
A lot
cut-
less work.
Or I don't know how to digitize it.
You use FFmpeg.
FFmpeg.
Yes.
Is that an editor?
It's the public domain engine for a lot of different editors.
Wow.
And the way I edit my videos, I use FFmpeg by a command line.
And the way the wife actually does it better is by using software.
Yes, and then my wife, she likes to claim that she does it better by using software. What are you using? Final Cut Pro
For video, yes.
for video? Okay.
I use Sony
You see,
Vegas,
'cause
but
I'm
I
not
belong
half
to
deaf,
another company,
but I can
Magic,
make sound.
Magix. It's
Magic.
still leaning
And I
forward.
get paid real nice
Yeah.
to do it.
I have an Uncle Majid.
Make it lean back. Oh, here. There we go. Now it's better.
Okay.
Wow, my arms look.
Did you tell him we were moving it?
Have you had a beach day yet over the past 12 months?
Hey, hubby, you should tell him we're moving. Because we're moving.
Oh yeah. My wife doesn't think it's hot enough here in Florida, so we're gonna go move. No, that's not the issue.
why.
It's too wet here. She wants to live someplace drier, so we're gonna move 6 states over to the left.
Oh,
Arizona?
That's right.
I'm going home. My bank account says I can.
Right. Well, with all this stimulus, she's gonna take this as her opportunity.
But then when you work
Wait,
on
like a phone.
electronic circuits, you have to use a
The
strap.
strap, I know. That's gonna be so annoying.
Don't worry, he'll still be able to see your short little mug on the other side of the world.
I could just dedicate myself to nothing but software.
You don't have to work. Shut your pie hole.
dedicate yourself to teaching software?
Would love to teach software.
So
Yes.
tell Hyro how much I spent
Maybe
in the last 2 days
you
on
could create a YouTube channel. I created one, but I haven't uploaded anything.
There's so many
Like
many more skilled.
when I need to fix a
See,
computer, then
his wife spent
then I
$3
post a
and 20
video of
cents
me
on
trying
this.
to fix it. Yes, what I should do, because I got this laptop that I took it apart and put an SSD, then put it back together, and now it won't turn on. So I guess half an episode.
You know that, right?
Now today we're gonna try to fix this laptop. It won't even start. I think
Adrian's Digital Basement, Learning Computers, Louis Rossman, he's the master, I would say, when it comes to electronics repair, because
But he's got the worst voice on the planet.
he'll open up like an iMac, for instance, and pull out the board and then use a tester and find the wrong component. And he'll pull off the wrong one and put on the replacement 2-cent one. And there, your iMac is now fixed. The thing that Apple said was unfixable is now fixed.
wow.
And
What's
he's
his
actually
name?
Louis Rossman,
Louis?
Rossman. There might be 2 N's, I'm not sure. He's based out of New York City.
Of course he is. He sounds like a Guido.
Let's share screen and find Louis Rossman.
Hey, hubby.
Mhm.
So Louis,
Louis. There he is. Yep, double N after the double S.
wow. He can fix a lot of laptops.
Well, he's got his business
Everybody,
stable
so
enough
I have
now
calling
that
in
he's
the
actually he
in the
announced a
house.
video recently. He's going to dedicate the next couple of years just to the topic of right to repair, because the right to repair, because a number of companies try to get legislation passed saying that you can't repair that tractor and you can't repair that computer or you can't repair that car. No, you have to go through the dealership and get charged much more than the actual cost. You know, it's a direct example of the corporate going into the legislative in order to maximize their profit potential.
That's capitalistic communism.
Sort of. There's always been the complaints from people on the left. Well, not always, and not always from the left, but there are legitimate complaints that state that the people who are very rich, and this comes from the right too, so I can't say it's uniquely coming from one side of the spectrum or the other. But the complaint is essentially that we already have socialism in America. It's primarily concentrated in the Northeast and also out west. And it's tied to this very small set who has undue sway over the rest of how the nation operates. And then whenever I hear a politician say American interests, I know what they really mean are those interests who are paying those politicians.
Whoa. I got another camera.
And this is part of the beauty also of capitalism, though. Look at all this hardware that we have access to.
Yes.
If we were in a socialistic country, that camera would weigh 6 pounds, and you would have had to have saved up for a third of your life to be able to afford it.
Microsoft abandoned my Windows operating system on mobile.
Completely. Just decided to get out, huh?
It wasn't really Windows. It was simply a one that would work on ARM processors or whatever processor, Snapdragons or whatever.
Well, there's Windows RT.
It was even more more crippled than Windows RT, but it would install apps. But this has a Carl Zeiss lens camera, and when it came out in 2014, it had the awesomest camera, and they've only just begun to catch up with it.
Yes, I think they put that same CCD on some space probes. It was that awesome,
and
if I recall properly.
And then the other phone makers, I guess they were able to steal or buy the technology for this Lumia.
Well, they were co-developers. There's got to be the profit motive. I heard something wonderful last night at Stoic Dan's Orlando Stokes group.
Yeah, we're gonna eliminate our problems.
Not bad.
Yeah, that was it.
SpaceX, the way that they decided to develop rockets is like they applied the lean startup model of fail and fail quickly and learn from your failure. Don't bury them, don't hide them, but go ahead and fail a lot and fail quickly.
Laminate them.
I've just unplugged so I can hear you.
Don't.
I'm actually going to step out of this room. I'm going to plug that back in.
No.
And I'm going to move into the other room because my son's going to take this station over.
Turn that off. I don't.
Oh, don't worry. My son will turn that off just fine. Please.
There we go.
I'm also going to get some breakfast.
I'm going to
Stacey, you want some breakfast?
Record video with this camera. There we go. There. Oh, Rami, you look smaller. You shrunk. And your hair looks red.
I better turn off the audio coming from that station, otherwise.
Wow.
No.
No?
Okay. Where did your beard go?
If it does, then I'll figure it out from there. I have no more almond.
I'll go down and get some in a little bit.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
I didn't know if we were out of almond or almost out of almond.
I'm wrong. Here it is. You just make sure it was positioned elsewhere.
Okay.
There's
Let's see.
Hey,
I was gonna set up my Bluetooth. Where is it? There it is. The Bluetooth is on. Oh, see which one I should use.
You don't have to do anything, my love.
If it works. Did it work? Maybe I have to.
What shoes? 2 shoes.
This is connecting. Oh. Maybe it's not turned on. Oh, it was off. Okay. So I got Bluetooth connected. Maybe I have to switch to. Oh, but what's it connected to? Speakers. Stream assistant. Hello? That didn't work. So it said connected. What? Oh no. It says connected here. It says connected. But maybe got. Oh, it says 50%. I don't hear. It's not showing up. Oh, wow. Oh, Rami. There you are. I wonder what it connected to. Maybe connected to that one. Let's see. Let me, I have to stop this video. Maybe go here.
Do you have a topic for this morning? Because my brain came up with one.
Okay, what's your topic?
What do you think was meant by forgive us our trespasses?
Forgive us as trespasses. It means it means that that we, if we, because that goes with the next line, as we forgive those who trespass against us. So maybe that's conditional. It's like a barter. No, it's like a contract. No, it's like a what? An agreement. If I forgive your trespasses against me, then you're supposed to forgive my trespasses against you, and that you is all of you, which is equivalent to God. So it's saying, forgive, you guys forgive our trespasses as we forgive you individually. We're supposed to forgive everything that people do to us. And then
that's a tall order. That's a tall task. But I would like go right? On, complete your thought.
Yes, and then if we do that, we get all our trespasses forgiven from when we were born, because we were born, we trespassed on planet Earth. Luis Del Pino, he should know. He's omniscient.
Oh, Luis no.
Del Pino is omniscient, right?
You're stroking the ego, Jairo.
The ego is omniscient. Yes.
The Louis ego.
Hello.
In order for Luis Del Pino to be omniscient, he must elevate his ego to infinity, and then his ego will encompass all the universe, and then he will become omniscient, because all the universe will be presented to him as it is, and he will perceive the universe as it is, and that brings about omniscience.
Repeat.
We can ask
Repeat. Repeat.
He will be able to answer it. Like the question Rami presented was that what does forgive us as trespasses mean? And I said that it means that because the next line says, as we forgive those who trespass against us, what it's saying is that it's a social contract with God. If we forgive every trespasses that came to us, any harm that we perceive, that we have a resentment, as, oh, my mother abused me when I was a kid, or my father did, or my stepfather raped me. And we forgive that trespass, then others, and then we can trespass against others, and they should forgive me, because I forgive everyone else. So I
don't think it quite works that way, Jairo.
I should not intentionally go and harm others, but for without thinking properly, I often do. Like I think that I'm helping somebody else, and it's harming that somebody else. So that is a trespass. Maybe I'm a proselytizing Buddhism too much, and so I push it too much, and then that is trespassing against their belief system and that could be harmful. So I have committed a trespass, so it should be forgiven, but I didn't mean to. But if I forgive everyone else's trespasses, then it will allow the universe to forgive me better. Because when we think of God, we think of others. So if we forgive others, then the others will forgive us more readily. That's the meaning of forgive us our trespasses.
No.
Earlier we talked about it's good knowing where the lines are drawn.
What do you think, Luis? Did you like that?
Good morning, guys. Sorry I
Good
was
morning.
late.
I'm about
Joining
to be
in.
dropped out involuntarily.
No. Bye. Go away. Stay away.
Oh wow.
Okay.
You're
Who
smaller.
who is that child over there?
Peter.
Rami hit his head on the table. Oh, he hit his head on the table again. And Rami's hair is red now. And he's clean shaven. And he's picking his nose.
Oh, don't do that ever again.
You know,
How are you, Luis Delfino?
As long as
Your audio's still going too.
How you doing,
don't be
Jairo?
no damn head boy.
And what you just said was just transmitted.
I don't care.
Let me go ahead and in the app from here. Hold on.
How you doing today,
Hold
Jairo?
on.
Good at you.
Leave meeting.
Our topic
Doing good,
hold
doing
on.
good.
is
Enough.
forgiveness. Because Rami beat you to the gun, then he got to choose the topic, and it's what does it mean to forgive us our trespasses? What do you think? Isn't that
Boy, I wasn't ready for such a deep subject early on Saturday like that.
But you are omniscient, and so you will be access the universe and instantly realize what it means to forgive us. It's referring to our Father forgiving us.
For our many listeners, what do you mean by omniscient?
Omniscience means omni, all encompassing knowledge. Let's look it up.
Okay.
Let's share our screen and go to, I'm sharing screen and I'm going to switch over to Google, or this time Bing.
Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Where'd you get that background?
What?
That's beautiful.
What does science mean? Biblically or metaphoric or universally?
You choose. You choose what's closer to your meaning when you use that word regarding my knowledge.
What is the meaning?
What did you mean?
What did
What did you mean when you said I was omniscient? What was your understanding of that word when you applied it to me? And now you look at the definition, it's going to give you like 25 different, biases on that, the religious, the spiritual, the scientific, the sociological, the human, etc. So
I don't know if in the sutras the Buddha did say that he was awakened, and he referred to himself as the Tathagata, not I, like I did this and I did that.
Tathagata is the one thus gone.
And then I don't know if he if he said that the Tathagata is omniscient, perhaps his followers said, oh, he answers all the questions so well, he must be omniscient. So that's a property of a Buddha. So perhaps omniscience is the apparent ability to give a question to the omniscient one, and the omniscient one being able to give an excellent answer. Although at times the Buddha was asked metaphysical questions and he stayed silent, like questions about whether the world had a beginning or not, or whether there's a God or not, or maybe he answered it opposite to what they wanted to hear. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. But you say that omniscience means that you're able to see reality as it is, like you have realized emptiness. That's what your definition may be.
When I talk about omniscience, I first of all, I start by making a distinction between conventional knowledge and non-conventional knowledge. That's important. What is conventional knowledge? We can talk about that. And then non-conventional knowledge is any knowledge that has nothing to do with conventional knowledge. Conventional knowledge, the way we understand it at the conventional level, conventional human, with your feet on the ground, is knowing things and the relationships within things and how things are made out of things. That's the materialistic kind of knowledge. What is this made of? How does it work? Why is it red? Why is it hot? So physics. The physics at the classical physics, and also, of course, lately, the last century or so, the quantum physics, because we're able to look farther out and farther in. We can look in the infinitesimal, into particles and stuff, and we can look into pretty much all the way that we can see, which is about 15 billion years distance, light years. So that's the conventional knowledge. How are things made of? How do they work? Even human knowledge, psychology, is looked at as a conventional science, although it's kind of wishy-washy because the mind is complex and abstract. So, but we have a pretty good idea on how to put labels on behaviors, on ways of understanding, etc., etc. So the omniscience, from my standpoint, is a combination of conventional knowledge, which is scientific knowledge, and non-conventional knowledge, which needs to be defined, because what is beyond things? What is beyond things, or between things? What do I mean by non-conventional knowledge? What kind of conundrum is that? Well, non-conventional knowledge is more concerned with pure thought, consciousness, than anything else. Because non-conventional knowledge has come to the conclusion that if you look at one thing or you look at another, the only difference between them is aspectual, formal, but it's not essential. So non-conventional knowledge starts looking through things and at their common essence or nature. Now, if you ask me, what does that mean? I can go into it. I can try to dissect that a little bit more. Does that answer the question so far, or no? So being omniscient is knowing things, knowing the relationship between things, knowing how things are made of, what are they made of, but also taking in consideration what is not a thing. In a sense, if you look at if the whole world was made of a coffee cup, omniscience would be to understand the coffee cup and its background. But if the whole world was made of a coffee cup, what is outside of the coffee cup? What is not the coffee cup? And what is it? I ask you, do you have any idea?
What is not the coffee cup?
Mm-hmm. If the whole universe.
Oh, but you say that there's nothing else but the coffee cup?
Let's say that you're looking at a coffee cup and you're looking at the whole of the universe.
The whole of the universe is in the coffee cup?
This is just, but look at the whole universe if you want.
Oh.
And you go, what is outside of the whole universe? Because if you look at the universe as a phenomenon and everything inside it, that's the conventional knowledge. But the non-conventional knowledge is looking at what is not the universe.
But mathematically speaking, the universe, what does the universe mean? Does that include everything?
Yes. And what else does it include?
What is the meaning of the universe?
I think Mike is here with us. Good morning, Mike.
Morning.
I was thinking about you this morning.
I was just thinking, if I knew, if only I were omniscient, I wouldn't have to ask you what that meant.
I thought about you because I was looking at a video about the Riemann conjecture. And I found it beautiful, the way they explained that, you know, trying to understand the prime numbers and how they're distributed towards infinity, because they say that there is an infinite number of prime numbers that show up. And they did a super computation. I think it was 3 billion prime numbers that they found. And they found that they are in the space between 0 and 1, actually in the halfway between 0 and 1 in the S function, I think it was, or something absolutely beautiful. It was like, wow, this is a little bit beyond my pay rate. But I found it interesting. That's apparently in mathematics, that's the holy grail of all questions. Is that correct? The Riemann
sum? Riemann hypothesis?
The hypothesis, Riemann's hypothesis.
Well, it's an important, outstanding question, which has been around for a long, long time. To say that it's the Holy Grail, you will probably find lots of mathematicians who rummage around in their own field, pull something out and say, this is the Holy Grail.
There's the Holy Grail. Anyway, I found it very beautiful. I don't see the importance of it. You know, what's the deal? Okay, all the prime numbers seem to coincide on a line of the non-trivial zeros, something like that. Non-trivial zeros on the some kind of a function, the S of all the complex numbers and stuff like that. It was just beyond my comprehension. But why is it so important? Why is it so? Is it because it's kind of a riddle that everybody wants to get, but nobody can? But is there a practical application? If we could only find the theorem that proves that all those numbers are, you know, in the non-trivial zero, in between the 0 and 1 in the halfway line, what would that make to us? Would that change our world practically? Encryption, I think encryption is one of those that we're talking about. Encryption, safety or security of data. That's anyway. I found it very interesting, and of course, I thought of you because I'm humbled and honored to know a real mathematician. So,
would you like to have me put under a bell jar?
So we were talking about something. I don't know when you came in, but we were talking about omniscience. Jairo applied that label to me. Supposedly, I'm omniscient, and I said, "Well, what do you think you mean when you say that I'm omniscient? What is that supposed to mean to you?" And we went a little bit into the trying to define what is omniscience, and I proposed that omniscience is a combination of two types of knowledge. One being the conventional one, which is the absolutely scientific description of the whole of reality, from the infinitesimal to the limit of what we can see, which is about 15 billion light years away from us. And everything in between has been somehow explained to us through physics, most of which we do not understand. So it's kind of a shared knowledge between people that know a lot in their field. There's the theoretical physicists, the experimental physicists. There's everybody in between, engineers and IT guys and blah, 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 blah. And then we go further, and we see those guys looking into the sky and describing what's happening out there with black holes and the formation of galaxies and how we look into the past, as we look further away, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a conventional knowledge. Of course, in that conventional knowledge, there are some sciences that are not so positive. They're not so rigid, so mathematical, such as psychology, philosophy, sociology, economics, all the human affairs. What a beautiful cat you have. What a sweetie pie.
He's going to explain unconventional knowledge to you.
So that's the conventional knowledge. I think we all have a pretty good idea of what that is. Knowing things, the relationship between things, and what they're made of. At the very particles and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. So the conventional knowledge is very extensive, and it doesn't belong to one brain only, because I don't believe that there's a brain out there that has a PhD in 25 or 35 or 55 sciences. But it's a shared knowledge. We could say the cloud has all the information we can think of that we have gained over the past 5,000 years. Conventional wisdom.
Well, let's look it up in Wikipedia. It says
say that
Wikipedia.
Would you say that something like theosophy is conventional or unconventional knowledge?
If theosophy looks at the relationship between phenomena and phenomena themselves, then I would call that a conventional knowledge. To me, non-conventional knowledge is interested in anything but phenomena and their relationships. So I was saying, well, if non-conventional knowledge is not interested in phenomena and their relationships, what is it interested in? And I made it an image, a mental image, to try to understand that. Let's say that the whole of the universe was my cup of coffee. So conventional knowledge would know everything about my cup of coffee, what it's made of, how it's made, and everything. The relationship between things in there, even if there were human beings inside, it would be interested in what they're made of, their biology, their history, and the things they do, their behavior, the way they understand their feelings and all that, all phenomena. But the non-conventional science would look at that coffee cup and go, okay, all right, I see everything is in there. It's very complex, very, I can measure everything. I can make theories, hypotheses, etc., etc. Non-conventional knowledge is looking at that coffee cup, in this case, the whole of the universe, and is interested in anything but the coffee cup. Anything that is interested in anything that is not measurable, that is not phenomenal, that is, so what are you interested in? That's the non-conventional knowledge, is interested in something other than phenomena. And so I ask you, Mike, or I ask you, what is there other than phenomena?
I was just going to ask the same question.
Okay. My answer to that, it's not my answer. This is something that has been proposed many, 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 many eons ago. The answer is a little bit whimsical because it's saying phenomena are made of two things, ones and zeros. And I think we all agree on that. So reality has two aspects, one that is measurable and palpable and touchable, which is any measurable energy, let's put it that way. But then it has another aspect, which is non-phenomenal. It's also called noumenal. And it is the combination of those two aspects that allow reality to be what it is. So transcendental looks between the one and the zero, because we all know what zero is. Nothing. Is zero Kelvin. Maybe we can define it in physics way. 0 Kelvin is a point in time and space where there is absolutely no energy whatsoever. There's no wiggling. Of course, quantum mechanics say, hey, wait a minute. If you go very close to 0, you start seeing things that don't make any sense. You have wiggling out of nothing. And that's what they call the string. So, but basically, the transcendental or non-conventional knowledge is interested in the dynamics between 0 and 1. Because we have agreed that all phenomena are made of zeros and ones anyway, energy. I think we all agree on that, right? Everything is mass equals half of mc squared. So basically, it's a dynamic interplay between material and energy. So again, something that you can touch and something you cannot touch. And that's the transcendent or non-conventional way of looking at things. So it looks at the coffee cup and it looks outside in the coffee cup, doesn't see any difference. As a matter of fact, it looks inside the coffee cup in what the 0 is everywhere. So the coffee cup is half 0 and half 1. It is and it is not. Constantly at the speed and the frequency that is incredible at the quantum Planck level. But as you go further out, and you have the 4 forces of the universe coming into play, electromagnetism, weak force, strong force, and the gravity. Eventually, gravity takes over. It's not very clear what it does at the very, very tiny level. That's why they don't agree with the theory of everything, the relativity and the quantum and or string theory. But anyway, we'll get to that. It's just we don't have enough energy to look at that. I talked to I'll get to you, Jairo. I talked to the dean of physics of the AM University in Tallahassee, and he told me that the physical the physicists are stuck because the collider that we have in CERN and the one that we have in Illinois, I think it is Chicago, they're good, but they're not big enough to get to where we need to be so we can understand, the string itself. We would need a collider the size of the galaxy, I think, our galaxy, about 100,000 light years, I think it is, 100,000, yeah, 100,000 light years in diameter to be able to get the energy strong enough to hit something with enough energy to really get to the Planck level, to that 0 Kelvin, and see, you know, how things are and all the different virtual particles and their what do they call them? The opposite ones, you know, the positron and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Every particle, every field has an opposite field, and that's the supersymmetry theory. So that's the non-conventional knowledge. Omniscience, in my mind, is the understanding of the combination of the conventional science and the non-conventional consideration regarding the whole of reality. That's all I can offer. Go ahead, Jairo. Sorry, I was so wordy.
Thank you, Luis Del Pino, for your exposition on your big toe.
Stinky
big,
one.
As
It
in
stinks.
your big theory of everything, TOE, toe. And I guess they call it big because it includes not just it, or it should include not just the physical, but the mental. Perhaps that includes the non-physical. When we talk about mental, we're saying
yes, of course. Without mental, there's no knowledge of physical, so there's no science, there's no consideration, there's no questions, no hypothesis, nothing. As a matter of fact, science itself has seen at the very tiny level that if you don't look, it's not the same as if you look. The fact that you look in the double slit experiment, if you don't look, the photons go on both sides at the same time. But if you look, then the photon has to make up its mind, I guess. That's the way they understand it. Because like when you look, it doesn't go through both of them. It goes through one. And that's kind of weird. But it is kind of whimsical the way the things are. So you have to include the mind. I propose this in, you know, very sloganish way. The observed, i.e. the whole of reality, with these two aspects, the phenomenal and the non-phenomenal. The observer, which is an abstract, complex, self-reflexive consciousness, whether it's human or somebody else's. Maybe mosquitoes know as much about the world as we do. I don't know. I don't see them writing numbers on a thing, but maybe they communicate them between themselves. It doesn't matter. We don't know. But I know other human beings. I know our language. I know what we know. So the observed, which is the whole of reality with its two basic aspects, phenomenal and non-phenomenal. The observer, which is any complex, self-reflective, organismic consciousness that somehow asks the question, what the hell is going on here? And the very act of observation, the dynamics through which that observation takes place from the consciousness to the observer are the same one thing. One monad, one, that's the reality as a whole can be interpreted in from the basis of what is, what thinks, and the thinking. And all those three things are reality in and of itself. As a matter of fact, I propose that because they are the same thing, you cannot get outside of reality in order to look at it. Because there's no outside of reality. No matter where the observing is, it is reality looking at itself. That's my theory. That's my toe.
Luis,
yes.
Luis, but your theory is not big enough.
That's for sure.
Because it sounds like you limit reality to the physical.
No,
Like
I just told you.
or you stated earlier that reality is zeros and ones, didn't you? Or
Yes.
something like that. And we can
Yeah.
agree that zeros is one. But I disagree. Reality should include the mental reality, what the observer and the observed. So
Yes.
to make it a big toe, we should include not just physical, but the mental, like the
I
action
do.
of
I do.
observing.
I do.
And
The
so
mental.
you can't say that reality is just zeros and ones. You should say that there are observable reality phenomena. We can agree, or we suspect that it's made up of zeros and ones, whatever that means. I don't know.
But the
Is the
mind
binary
arises. Yeah.
is digital simulation or what?
The mind arises or comes, just arises from
That's a
the soup
theory.
of.
That's
That's
a
my
theory
theory.
that
That's my
it
theory.
hasn't been proven that it
Yeah.
arises from the physical, but another theory is that there's mind and it generates the physical.
What I say is the mind is emergent from the soup of zeros and ones. Now, whether there is mind between a zero and a one, which is a very tiny string, is to be debated. I propose that there is mind, or there is consciousness, let's put it that way. There is being as a verb between the zero and the one. Just one. Huh? I'm not talking about the whole universe. We know that is the case. I don't have to prove it. We're talking here, so there's consciousness around here. I can feel it. I can intuit it. But what I say is that we can propose, based on my definition of the whole of reality, the bulk, since this triad of what is the thinking about it and the thinker consciousness is the combination of is the same thing. I am implying that there is mind between 0 and 1.
But now you're contradicting yourself, Luis, because you said that it's an emergent property of chemistry of neurons, but then you say that there's consciousness between zeros and ones. So it has to have been there from the beginning of the universe. So it doesn't emerge. It doesn't need to emerge.
It's there. It is immanent. Consciousness is, or mental, is immanent in reality. In reality, I propose has no beginning and no end, because there was no point where the zero did not become a one at the quantum level. If that being the case, then there was no beginning. It's always been like that. We cannot say that 0 is the beginning, because 0 was preceded by 1 and superseded by 1. So there is no beginning and no end. And mind, as a phenomenon, you call it mind, I call it consciousness. I mean, they can be different, because we need to define the range. Everything is in a spectrum, like autism. You're a little bit autistic, or you're very autistic. Well, the same for consciousness. Does it know a lot or a little? It depends. In my model, there is no beginning and no end, and everything is emergent from this dance, like the Shiva's dance, which is eternal and infinite, between a creation and destruction. You can call 0 becoming 1 creation and 1 becoming 0 destruction. And in there, in between the space, which is a very tiny space in a very tiny time, if you agree with Planck, in that space, mind is immanent also. Now, if you describe that mind as a human mind, I'm saying, well, maybe yes, maybe no, I don't know. Aspectually, probably different. Inherently, immanently, and essentially, yes, that's where we are, in the space between 0 and 1. I know it's kind of weird.
So is consciousness real at the beginning of, well, you say that there's no beginning. So if there's no beginning, then there must have been humans at that no beginning. Because if it didn't have a beginning, then there wouldn't be an emergent property evolving through evolution to bring up our minds. So if there's no beginning, there's no
But you, Jairo, you are.
Listen.
Yeah.
There's no. Let me finish.
Yes.
If there's no beginning, then there's infinite. It's beginningless. So it doesn't take a finite amount of time to go through evolution, to reach an emergent property of the mind to the level of our listen, don't interrupt, to emerge as our mind, and to then to do what you say, that reality uses us to see itself through our mind. And so that means that if there's beginningless time, then it wouldn't take a finite amount of time to get there. It could have happened earlier. So when did it happen? It was, if it never started this universe, then that means that in other places there could have been minds that started earlier than on this earth. So
indeed,
all over the universe, there's intelligences comparable to ours, and maybe those intelligences and awareness don't even have to go through evolution to get to our stage, that we have to have a brain to be aware. So maybe awareness is an inherent property of matter, or in other words, awareness creates matter.
You just proved my point.
Can't say one generates the other. Maybe they go together.
You just proved my point with different words. Thank you very much, Jairo.
What do you think, Mike?
Well, I think you have both proved and disproved his point. It's a quantum statement.
A quantum statement. So the question, to be or not to be, is the wrong question. The proper question is to be and not to be at the same time, which is exactly what Schrodinger's cat is telling us. The cat is dead and is alive at the same time. I mean, we're talking about the same thing with different words, but of course, Jairo, it is clear that if reality has no beginning and no end, and consciousness is immanent, mind or mental is immanent with it, it is clear that in infinity and eternity, you're going to have all kinds of, in the spectrum, different consciousnesses and minds that are there later on. Like I told you, there is mind between the 0 and the 1. So hell, there's going to be a lot of mind between a whole bunch of 0s and 1s. And then even more mind, in a very, very big amount of 0s and 1s. So that's my story, and I stick with it. At the end of the day, some people tell me, but this is preposterous. You're not telling me anything. What are you talking about?
I have a question. How can we know that reality is real?
That's a very good question. And
let's suppose reality is not real.
Is that right? Let's go ahead and suppose
What are the consequences?
What does that mean? What is the difference between being real and non-real or not real? Again, what's the difference between 0 and 1? It's no different. What's the difference between being and non-being? So basically, reality is real and not real at the same time. You know?
How do you
actually, it's the mental element that you were telling me about is the only one that somehow is abstract and complex enough to decide if there is something or there is nothing. Because beyond mind, reality doesn't know that it is existing. Because if there were no mind, the 0 and the 1 would not have this mental or consciousness element immanent in it. So there would not be any difference, but it would still be there. The 0 and 1 would be popping constantly. That clock never ends and, you know, never started. So basically, it would be a reality that doesn't know it is there, but it is still there. In a sense, it is still real. It's still there. 0 and 1 are always there.
I have the answer to that question. Maybe it agrees with your big toe that is reality real or not real? You say that it's both real and not real.
Yeah.
And I interpret that to mean that when we perceive whatever is out there, then for us it is real, and then what we don't perceive is the not real. But
I have
could exist.
I have a better question for you, Jairo. Forget about the reality being real or not. Let me ask this question. Is reality ising or is it not?
I have an even better question.
So reality is or is it not? Is there a reality right now?
Oh, that's related to the question, does reality exist? Because there's a difference between the word real and that it exists. Like,
all right, so let's, okay, so
we can't prove that atoms exist, but we can suspect that they're real from the effects, right? So we have a theory of atoms. We still can't prove their existence.
So are they real? Are they not?
The theory gives us an effect that they're real.
So it's a better question to ask, am I, rather than to ask, am I real? Because before you're real or not real, you have to be. So is reality ising as a verb? Is there a dynamic process between a 0 and a 1, or a whole bunch of zeros and ones, which are always the same 0 and 1? All the electrons are the same electron, to put it this way. You know, all the electrons are the same electrons, all the photons, all the particles are the same particles. But it's the same particle in two places at the same time. It's easy to see that essentially every aspect has the same essence, the same intrinsic, immanent being. So it is clear, because asking the question proves the fact that reality is. So that I don't have to prove it.
Wait a minute, that doesn't prove anything, because if we don't exist, or no, if we like when we die, then reality is not real anymore.
Not to you, but to somebody else it is.
Well, what if the whole planet blows up? Then reality is not real.
But you just told me that there is mind everywhere in the universe at no end. You just said it for me.
But you told me that reality needs us to see itself. So,
but we are reality. We are reality.
But if there's no us to see itself, then reality can't see itself, so it can't know whether it exists or not.
But the fact is that reality is seeing itself as we speak right now. How can you deny that?
But if we all die and all sentient beings on the whole universe die, then reality can't see itself.
You see, you're stuck in that duality, because
it's not real.
Mind doesn't exist.
Maybe it still exists, but it's not real.
You see, the problem that you are anthropomorphizing reality. Reality is real only if there's a human being in it, and that's the problem. The reality is much bigger, and it transcends. It transcends the very idea of a human
reality being. The word reality is what it has an effect on us. So what is real to us? But whether it exists or not, we can infer that it exists, but we can't prove its existence.
All right. So your mind has an identity problem, a mistaken identity, because what you're saying is what I say, decide, or think is real, but if I'm not here, it's not real. And I say that doesn't make any sense, because reality will be there no matter where, whether there is somebody to think about it or not, at the human level. I say that you are you, Jairo, are there between the 0 and the 1. Of course, you say, no, I'm not. I'm big. I'm a whole bunch of 0s and 1s. But I say, essentially, you are the dynamics between a 0 and a 1. That's it.
Yes, that's
whatever complexity level we want to look at it, but we cannot make a line in the sand that says, oh, this is where mind and consciousness stops. No, it goes all the way down to almost 0 and almost to infinity. So that's the realm of consciousness. Just like reality is 0 and everything, infinite and eternal.
Yes, but does the tree that falls in the forest and there's no one to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, it generates waves, but
okay.
are waves sound?
In the description of reality as what thinks about it, and the very process of being and thinking about it, it is clear that the tree is there. The tree falls, but there may not be a Jairo observer to listen to it fall. But since we have said, we may not agree with that mind is between every 0 and every 1, somehow the sound of the tree falling is heard. Not by Jairo for sure, but it could be heard by, the wiggling between a 0 and a 1.
Oh,
that's my theory, and I
so
stick
now
with
you're
it.
saying that there's something between a 0 and a 1 that's able to perceive sound.
I told you that everything is a 0 wiggling into a 1 and a 1 wiggling into a 0. Everything else more complex is just a combination or variation of the same theme. In music, you have a very basic theme of 3 or 4 notes, da, 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 da. And then you have an infinity of variations to describe or evoke that combination of 5 notes.
But look at this definition. In human psychology, physiology and psychology, sound is the reception of waves and their perception by the brain. So if there's no brain to perceive the falling tree, there's no sound there. Because
I don't agree. I don't agree with that, Toe. I do not agree with that, Toe.
It's in the Wikipedia. Well, in
I know.
psychology,
the holy grail of knowledge.
And here we're talking about reality, and reality, according to philosophy now, is mental. Look, is reality mental or is it physical, matter and energy? If
it's all 3 things.
Mind, is there a deeper consciousness under appearances that unites us all and is the source of our conscious thoughts? If matter, can we understand how the play of material objects and forces can give rise to consciousness? So if reality is only physical, then how can the physical produce conscious life?
You just gave me I've thought about this a long time, many times, how to define magical thinking, which is it's a problem for human mind.
You are magical thinking by thinking that matter produces consciousness.
Magical thinking is inventing something outside of reality as it is.
That's what you're doing.
No,
you're
I'm not
saying that out of this physical reality, there arises emergent property of what we're experiencing, right?
Yeah.
But then you contradict yourself. You say because since beginningless time, you said that consciousness was between the 0 and the 1.
That's right.
So you don't need a brain to have consciousness.
The consciousness that we describe as a human consciousness, yeah, you need a brain, but you can have consciousness in a virus. There's something going on there. Now, it's a very tiny consciousness, maybe, or maybe it's Dr. Evil maybe Dr. Evil is inside of that coronavirus. We're gonna hold the world ransom for $1 million. But what she's saying is you're trying to describe mind and consciousness in anthropomorphic, from the standpoint of humans. And of course, you bias everything. You're trying to conform reality to what can be understood by a human mind. And reality is obviously beyond the limits of what it can think. So reality is always bigger than what it can think about itself, but it cannot not think about itself. Any wiggling between any 0 and any 1, whether it is at the infinitesimal level at the Planck scale or galaxies moving around each other across billions and billions of miles, mind is immanent within that wiggling. And sometimes it becomes very, very complex, very, very abstract and very complex, very self-reflective. And sometimes it is not. Is there mind in a rock? I have to say, yes, there is. I don't know how much there is, but maybe we can only know what we can communicate. That's our limitation. I cannot talk to a rock.
Sure you can.
But I don't hear
You may
anything
not
back.
have a sparkling conversation, but you can talk to it.
I can talk to it. I can talk to it. In reality, when you think about it, Mike, talking to myself is reality talking to itself. So potentially, the whole of reality could see itself through one consciousness. But I suspect not in the phenomenal side of the equation, but rather on the non-phenomenal side, on the noumenal side of the equation, which is obviously beyond thought, consideration, construction, beyond mathematics.
May I go back to phenomena for a moment?
Mm-hmm.
I have the impression that when you are talking about phenomena, what you are perhaps thinking of is essentially those matters that we tend to have in common, things like trees and the sky, conjugation of verbs, things that we share one with another, possibly phenomenal, possibly shared also with animals as well as between humans. So that when you talk about phenomena, you are talking about, in some sense, this common background on which we have some kind of agreement and on which we can communicate, about which we can communicate one with the other.
Yes. Okay.
That's my impression that you,
yes.
that you, by phenomena, you may mean something like that.
Everything and nothing is the common background to everything else and nothing else. So basically, what is the common background of reality itself? If there is nothing outside of reality, because reality is everything and nothing, it is clear that the common background for the whole of reality is reality itself. That's why I always say that it is autotelic in a sense that, it just makes sense to itself, for itself, by itself, because you cannot step outside of reality and go, I see you. The observation and the observer cannot be other than what is observed.
Now, let me go back to 0 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
When you say we all agree that everything comes down to zeros and ones, I have to say no. I don't necessarily believe that. In my mind, when I talk about 0 and 1, I am considering numbers, and I'm not at all sure that when you talk about 0 and 1, you are really talking about numbers.
I agree with you.
From my point of view, there are certain aspects of our lives in which it is very convenient and possible to reduce a great deal of what goes on to zeros and ones. If we're dealing with, let us say, building a boat, an engineering project, or deciding when we're going to schedule our next party, we can, in some sense, reduce our discussions down to yes/no decisions, which in effect is a different way of saying we're looking at zeros and ones. But this is a way of dealing with our lives which is applicable to certain portions of that life. It is by no means clear that it is applicable to other portions. So
yes. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because you're asking good questions. I have questions on your questions. If everything is not reducible to 0 and 1, right? You say there's something other than 0 and 1. What is the other? What is that question mark that I just marked between between 0 and 1? What is not 0 and 1, or made of 0 and 1? What is not pure energy? Let's put it that way. Wiggling, things happening.
My response would be, I don't know. However, if I encounter, let us say, a rose in bloom or a beautiful song, there is something very important going on there, which I have no idea of how to reduce to zeros and ones. And it doesn't seem to me to be a useful endeavor to worry about reducing it to zeros and ones.
Right.
I have in mind this picture of a very scientific, rather demented person who has a rose in his hand and
sees a 0 and a 1.
Dissecting instruments beside him.
Yes.
And he's gazing at the rose with this mad look on his face and saying, "This is beautiful. I'm going to dissect it until I discover the beauty."
Yes. Those are extremely deep questions, and that's what this conversation is about. So other than 0 and 1, which is to look at the positive science of being, the observer, which is the observing and the observed, because everything is circular, everything comes back, is self-reflective. So reality, and through mind, can see itself, can dissect itself, and answer the question, I am just energy. I am the alpha and the omega. If a brain of a human being is transposed into the universe itself, if we think that for a second, which I do that all the time because I don't consider myself other than reality. So this consciousness is reality looking at itself, experiencing itself in the flesh. It's been what is the word they use for the Christ? It's become flesh. Reality looks at itself, sees itself in its eternity and infinity, sees scientifically that it's made of the zeros and ones, but at the same time, from zeros and ones, other things emerge that are much more, of course, much more complex and beautiful, and sometimes very ugly than zeros and ones. The beauty of a flower to you could be an insurmountable hell to another consciousness. What? So the understanding the construction of the flower beyond the zeros and ones is subjective, is mental, is consciousness. What appears very beautiful to you is a living hell for another consciousness. That tells you how subjective the combination of 0 and 1s can become, although it is still a combination of 0s and 1s. So that is the complexity of reality, the abstraction of reality. Reality is ineffable and undescribable. We can talk about reality, but we cannot talk reality. That means that reality cannot talk itself, but it can talk about itself. Just like our mind, of course, we have a mistaken identity because we call ourselves I, and then we see our thoughts. They say, who's thinking these thoughts? Me. But who the heck am I? I propose that I am the whole of reality. So that question mark besides the 0 and the 1 is still 0 and 1. It's just a little bit more abstract, less definable, less describable, less phenomenal. Go ahead, Jairo.
Your big toe sounds very poetic. Oh.
I love flowers. I love flowers, but I don't make any mistake. I know that flowers are 0s and 1s. The thought about the flower is 0s and 1s. The feelings of beauty are also 0s and 1s. It is reality unfolding itself, actualizing itself from its infinity into a limited series of 0s and 1s, consideration or construction. But I love flowers as much as anybody else.
Oh, your explanation. Can you see me?
Oh, this must be Amazon coming. Or
your explanation. Oh. Sí. Okay. Uy, está abierto esto.
Boy, that's a big
Can
place.
you see me?
It takes you 5 minutes to go from your room to the front door.
Oh, can you hear me? Yes. Your explanation of your big toe sounds very poetic and hard to follow because yes, your big toe sounds very poetic and hard to follow because you're switching real fast between different definitions of words. Because
give me a second, I need to go to the bathroom. Hold on.
You're
hold the thought.
Sometimes he switches between 0 and 1, and then at other times 0s and 1s. Or does he say 0s and 1s? So 0s and 1s, to me, poetically or metaphorically, refers to the physical atoms. If we were able to write everything in binary or represent everything in the universe as binary bytes, then those are all 0s and 1s. But if there's a 0 and a 1, then maybe Luis is talking about absolute 0 Kelvin and 1, I don't know where that could be, at what level, at infinite energy is 1, because if you go from 0 to 1, then what's after 1? Is that allowed, or is that the top between 0 and 1, and there's levels in between? So that's very confusing. Oh, what do you think, Mike?
Well, I would say we are the masters of the words, and we are permitted to switch the meanings without telling the audience right in the middle of our speeches.
and that makes me suffer. Yes, we have to demand Professor Luis Del Pino. Because,
sorry about that. My need to go to the bathroom was very real.
See, we must demand and sue Luis Del Pino for malpractice because we may not pass the test that you'll be handing out at the end of this term because you keep switching definitions of words and platforms and frameworks. Like at some points, you talk about 0 and 1, and I suspect that could refer to 0 degree Kelvin and 1 infinite energy, or because you don't go to 2, so that means that 0 and 1 there's degrees of energy up to 1, and there cannot be more than. And then at other times you talk about in plural zeros and ones, and that could be that if we were able to digitize or give a representation of the whole physical universe digitally, then we would use bytes, and there's 8 bits in there, and though each bit is 0 and 1, so we could digitize the whole universe, and that would be referring to zeros and ones. Everything is made up of zeros and ones.
Sue me, you're absolutely right.
Actually, you can't say that that everything is made up of this. You should say we are representing everything as zeros and ones, that we can do that, but we can't say everything's made up of zeros.
Sue me, you're absolutely right. I think you would win in court. Nope. You are being extremely clear today in describing what I'm trying to say with my awkward semantics and words. Yes, 0 and 1 can represent the whole of the universe. You know, 1 being infinite.
Energy? As in energy, or what?
Call it what you want. That's the problem, that the words we have
carefully so that others can understand it. You can't say call it what you want, because I could call it 0 elephants and 1 elephant.
Okay, so if you all right,
so
let's go one. Let's go to 1 elephant. Let's go to 1 elephant. How many zeros and ones are there in 1 elephant? Well, if you measure an elephant by energy, you will know that a 1 in quantum, in a Planck scale, 1 would be the smallest one of all. At the Planck scale, we know the energy more or less at 10 to the minus 15 or 35. At those points, it's very little. That's the energy of a 1. So if you know how much energy there is in an elephant, because you can measure it because you know its mass, then you do the formula. The mass of an elephant equals 1/2 mc2 X amount of energy. And then you divide that by the energy of a 1, and you know how many 1s are in an elephant. That's it. So that is the mad scientist going, well, an elephant is a trillion 1s. Yeah, but wait a minute. Another elephant, which is different, is also a trillion 1s. And I say, yes, they look different, but they're made of the same stuff. It's just the observer and the observing that makes the distinction between the 2 elephants, or a whale, a blue whale, which has the same mass as an elephant. It has the same energy, the same amount of 1s, and the same amount of zeros. Because you can't lump the 1s all together. They're not that. You have to have a trillion 1s and a trillion zeros. The dynamic interplay between 0 and 1 applies to the 0 and 1 in the whole of the universe. That's why you can make that 1 as big as you flipping want, because it's made of tiny little 1s.
So you're normalizing whatever resultant measurement, like if we use energy or if we use pounds, the elephant weighs so much, 2 tons or whatever. Well, we put them on a scale and we get a number, and then you're normalizing whatever you get to 1. But what it's not possible to weigh an elephant where it comes out to be 0, or it'll always be 1, or whatever it is, you will normalize it to 1. But can you normalize whatever weight to 0? So that means that nothing is 0
well,
to 1. Everything is 1s.
But not really, because you don't have a 1 without a 0.
Oh, so there's a 0-ness to the elephant, like
And that's the interplay. That is the dynamic interplay between 0 and 1, which is
so how do you
the observed, the observer, and the observing. However big or small it might be, the observed, the observing, and the observer are one and the same thing, no matter how big or small it might be.
So how do you determine the 0-ness of an elephant?
It's immanent into it.
It's the inherent property of it.
I can say this in human ways. If reality was just 1, however big it might be, right? It would never change into anything else. The reality would be like a picture.
Oh, so you could say that
nothing would change.
The 0-ness of the elephant is wherever the elephant is not. Because
that's what you would call.
You could weigh the non-elephant and you would get 0 pounds, because.
But potentially, if the elephant is not there, it is potentially there.
Like,
reality, and you have to read David Bohm. He was a physicist, and Bohm will tell you that reality has the implicate and the explicate order. In the implicate order, it's all potential, non-actualized. And the explicate order, it's explicate to a certain degree, but it's there. So an elephant is the explicate side of the implicate elephant.
Mike has a headache.
Everything in the implicate is there. The potential of the reality is infinite. So whatever is explicate or not explicate is the dynamics between the explicate and the implicate at infinity. So that's the way I see reality, and it gives me great pleasure. It doesn't make me right, but boy, this is an interesting because anymore I don't think like a human being. I think like the whole of reality, because my mind allows me to go, you're not a sack of liquid and bones. You are reality, the eternal and the infinite, in the process of thinking and living itself. And even when this sack of bones is gone, reality is going to be doing the same thing into infinity through another sack of bones, or just through a virus. It doesn't matter. The moment that I stepped out of my own self-identity, I stopped alienating myself from the rest of the universe, and I stopped suffering, which is, I don't have any fears about anything.
But you're causing Mike to suffer. He's got a headache. He's got a headache.
I think
a mathematical headache.
His
brain is about to explode.
Is computing everything. Mike is computing everything in mathematical terms.
What do you think, Mike?
Well, I have this picture in my mind of Louis taking an elephant and leaving it locked in a room, going away for a while. And unfortunately, the elephant was full of infinite potential. So when he gets back, he has more elephants than he started with. And the room is bulging.
It was an elephantess. Had already the germ.
And he's saying, of growth. Oh no, that elephant was pregnant with potentiality.
Wow.
Order.
Very well. You can apply that same thought to the whole of reality.
I now know why Mike is here. He's here to get information for his next science fiction novel. From Louis, he converts the expressions, the verbal that could be written out in a transcript, but when it gets to Mike's brain, it's translated into images. So he sees all these images and he puts them together in new forms through his transfer function that goes from the verbal to domain to the pictorial domain, and they come out all jangled up like when we have crazy dreams, and that's why he sees these images, right?
And meanwhile, I see Hiero taking some elephants and taking one of the elephants and draining all the zeros out of it so that it has nothing but ones, and another elephant and draining all the ones out of it so it has nothing but zeros, so that he really has an elephant and an anti-elephant. An experiment with which he is extremely pleased until he makes the mistake of bringing the elephant and the anti-elephant together, at which point North America needs repaved.
That's right. Boom. Where did all that energy come from? I asked. Anyway, well, listen, guys, it's 8:38. I'm way beyond my allotted time for thinking critically. I don't know if we can call this critical thinking. Mike, what do you think? Is this whimsical thinking? Is it weird thinking? Is it crazy thinking?
It's clear thinking. Clearly, we don't know what we're talking about.
Well,
there you go.
I find that it is extremely difficult to get a handle on ideas until you can put them into images which are more or less common and concrete. So this is why I wind up with elephants and anti-elephants, okay? Trying to take some of your ideas and, as it were, incarnate them.
Truly applicable, yes.
Yes, and this is related a bit to what David called the difference between understanding and knowledge. And this is certainly something that one as a mathematician does all of the time. You get an extremely abstract idea, definition. And the first thing that you do is you start looking for quote unquote concrete examples, incarnations of this particular thing. You say, oh, well, I'm going to talk about linear transformations today. And the next thing you know, you're starting to write down square matrices filled in with numerical entries, which you are then able to see in some sense is a way of describing an example of this abstract idea of a linear transformation.
Yep.
And the same sort of thing happens when we start writing science fiction and fantasy, or when we write poetry, or when we sing songs, because in some sense, what we are doing is we are trying to incarnate or bring into existence ideas, feelings that we can sense, but which we do not necessarily know how to explain.
Describe,
in a very
yes.
precise and careful manner, which we have learned how to use in such subjects as physics and chemistry.
Absolutely, absolutely. How do you describe values in terms of zeros and ones?
You don't necessarily describe values, but what you do is you start telling stories. You say, there was this woman, Ruth, who lived with this Jewish mother and her husband died, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You have described at least one value. You have given one instance, and then maybe you go on and you describe another value.
No, I understand precisely what you're saying, Mike, and that's the problem with semantics and language. What are we talking about? Sometimes they ask me, "What are you talking about?" And I say, "I'm talking about everything and nothing at the same time." That reality is everything and nothing at the same time. It's not one thing, it's everything. But if you're everything, you're not one thing in particular. So you have to go beyond this idea that makes the difference between the aspectual being and the inherent or essential being. Reality is truly, in the words of David Bohm, a hologram. A hologram. We see reality in every pixel of reality. Every one, which is a combination of 0, 1, is the whole of reality. It's there. The whole of reality is in every dipole 0, 1, which is constantly changing, because 1 never stays 1. It becomes a 0, 0 becomes 1. At the very fabric of everything. Yes, Jairo.
One more question before you go. That maybe I got a realization when you say I'm talking about everything and nothing at the same time. I used Mike Taylor's transformation into pictorial forms, and I saw all the elephants in the universe, and then I saw whatever is not elephant. So everything is every elephant, and no elephant, which is not, you're saying nothing, no
Beautiful.
elephant is whatever is not elephant. So that could be zebras and all these other, so you have to consider other things that are not elephant in order to understand elephantness.
There you go. There you go.
Non-elephant, like where do they, what do they eat? That what they eat is not elephant, but it may convert into elephant.
That's right.
So we have to
if
everything and nothing.
Right. If the whole of the universe was just a 0 and a 1, would you be able to see reality without the 0? And I propose, based on science, and in this case, the science of quantum mechanics, the science of quantum mechanics is telling me that the fabric of being, the fabric of the whole universe and everything in it, whether it is physical, energy, mental, values, ideas, however much you want to complexify it in the sense of a consciousness, knowing what's going on, the whole of reality is the interplay between a 0 becoming, vibrating into a 1, and a 1 going back to 0. The virtual particles that we have been able to somehow measure, not virtually, if it is, we see the 0 vibrating into 1 and becoming in 0 again. That particle just comes in and comes out. But there's no out of reality. So the fabric of being is an interplay between 0 and 1. I can say that every elephant, every zebra, every idea, every concept, every value, every feeling, every dream, everything is a dynamic interplay between 0 and 1. That is what they call in Zen the ground of being.
Everything is an interplay of that thing and that not thing.
Yes, because you can describe the 1 as the tiniest bit of energy, or if you take that and you extrapolate it to the whole universe, to the infinite potential of the universe. Yes.
Could that also be what I'm trying to say is that when we look at one thing, we can't look at that one thing by itself to understand it, because that one thing depends on other things. So,
and that's the paticca samuppada.
Is that not thing?
Everything is interrelated. This paticca samuppada that described it very elegantly. Another story, Mike, you can read about it. The interdependent co-arising, and it's saying it with different words. And at the end of that, they say that it's ignorance that makes the suffering happen. The misunderstanding of reality as something other than the codependence between 0 and 1, which is established scientifically. There's no 1 without a 0. There's not a 0 without a 1. That misperception, misunderstanding, whether it is at the scientific, psychological, emotional, whatever way, is the source of the human suffering. That's why any perception of reality suffers if it doesn't realize that it is reality looking at itself.
That's
The
why.
moment.
That's why in politics we focus on our political party and neglect the other one. Then we suffer. So we have
That's
to
right.
look at the other people's viewpoint.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, this was, again, as usual, a beautiful, beautiful trip throughout the universe.
Down the rabbit hole.
Within ourselves. That is correct.
Down the elephant hole.
The elephant hole, which is just a little wider, but just the same kind of hole. Reality is a torus. And in mathematical terms, maybe you could help me verbalize that in a concept of 0 and 1. How would you be able to describe a torus as a mathematical expression of a 0 and a 1?
Mike's homework for next time.
If the consciousness was a dynamic movement or a function that goes inside the rabbit hole, the center of the torus, and is able to come out again on the other side, it's the same reality. So how do you describe the experience of the observer consciousness as a function that goes inside the torus and then comes out the other side, and then at no end, it just cannot stop going around the rabbit hole. You go in and then you go out. How would we describe?
I can give you the definition of a torus.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. I'm sharing it.
But I don't see any necessary connection between consciousness and a torus.
Yeah,
a
like
torus
you see no connection. Yeah.
It's a Cartesian product of circles.
Yes. Is a concentric circle of all circles.
Is what?
A concentric circle of all circles.
I'm not sure what you mean by a concentric circle. When you talk about a
center,
just like I'm trying to describe the whole of reality, just like I'm trying to describe the whole of reality into 0 and 1, which like an elephant, I can describe anything in an interplay between 0 and 1. I could say that a torus is all the circles of the universe put together, and it makes a circle, right? A fat circle. Let's put it that way. The linear
mathematician would not be talking about the whole universe. He would simply say, by a circle, I'm going to use a symbol S1, S superscript 1.
Yeah.
And if I talk about an ordinary two-dimensional torus, I mean the S1, Cartesian product S1. If I talk about a k-dimensional torus, I'm going to mean S1, Cartesian product S1, Cartesian product S1, etc.
K times. K
Yes.
times, yes.
And that will be an example of a k-dimensional manifold or k-dimensional space, if you will.
The torus that I look at into this picture that he's showing me, how big is the K?
Yeah. And if you want a little more of a picture of what's going on with the k-dimensional torus, it's as though you were dealing with k different variables
of the same
values could go through a circle independently one of the other.
Oh, I'm showing
there you have it.
Animation.
So if I call a circle a 1, and I call the other circle another 1, and the space between the two circles 0, now I can describe the reality as a torus, an infinity of circles, right? Like if I make K infinite, what does that make?
Well, I'm not sure how to respond to what you're saying because I'm not sure exactly what it is you're saying.
You say that a torus, a torus is a circle, an S1, where 1 is K and it is very big. So a torus is an addition or a sum of circles put side by side, right?
Not an addition. I wouldn't call it an addition. It's a
A sum, a product.
It's a product of circles.
They multiply?
Basically, what you're dealing with is you're dealing with wave type phenomena. Whenever you look at these things which can oscillate back and forth between
right.
Generally a minimum and a maximum value.
So a torus would be the product, the multiplication or the variations, right, of an infinity of circles.
Not an infinity of circles, not unless you want an infinite dimensional torus.
But it still looks like a torus. It doesn't matter how many circles I think about in that torus. I could say, because the circle, I can make them as thin as I want, I could say that a torus is an infinity of circles.
Well, normally, when people talk about a torus, they have in mind a two-dimensional torus. So you're only talking about a Cartesian product of two circles. This is generally the simple example one starts with.
Right.
If one is dealing with some sort of engineering problem where you have, let us say, K quantities or variables that you're looking at that can cycle, you will wind up describing them mathematically by a K-dimensional torus, because the K variables will each variable will correspond to one copy of the circle.
Yes. I think we're onto something here when I talk about describing the whole of reality as a torus, but I think the K would be infinite. That would mean that every circle would be, every time a 0 becomes a 1, and you add all the zeros that becomes 1s, which is one circle, S1. And then I multiply it by an infinity of circles. And I have the whole torus representing the dynamic interplay between 0 and 1, but multiplied to infinity. Like, this would be, for example, the representation of rebirth, where a consciousness arises and then disappears, falls apart. That would be one circle. But you multiply that by infinite K, and you have the whole of reality dying and rebirthing to infinity. And but of course, I say that a circle is only virtual within the torus. The only thing, what I propose is that the torus is the reality as a whole, and it's made of an infinity of circles, which are the dynamic interplay between 0 and 1.
Oh, Rami will help us.
I need to go now. If I get, so I'm going to say goodbye to you guys until next Saturday.
So Rami's going to replace, Luis. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure. And I really enjoy these conversations because they allow me to express all my craziness.
And we try to correct you.
And it gives me great pleasure. That's all I get out of this. A lot of pleasure.
Have a good day.
You too.
I'm going to take off too because I need to get some things done.
Oh.
All right.
Things happen within the torus.
Like breakfast.
Somebody's got to do something within the torus.
No, I'm trying to figure out some software because I'm trying to self-publish.
Oh, Rami.
All right. Listen, guys, always a pleasure. I bow down to you. Namaste.
Good luck with your LaTeX.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. And is that Rami?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I am sorry, Rami. I'm getting ready to leave now.
I understand.
And I express my regrets.
Well, oh, was it that bad?
Hmm?
No, he has to eat breakfast.
Yeah, he has to figure out
That's
LaTeX.
Oh, how to make LaTeX work and in his to work with what they require, the publisher, right? They don't like LaTeX, right? Is there a way to convert
they're
it?
not comfortable with LaTeX or Linux, both of which I'm using.
So you have to go
They're
to
only comfortable
Microsoft
with
Word.
they're only comfortable with things like Microsoft Word and Windows, none of which I'm using.
Can you take a picture, a screenshot, or some way convert what the formula is written out as in LaTeX and then paste or insert it in as a picture image into Word wherever it's needed? That might take 20 years.
I would suggest a different route, which is simply to produce your .ps, your PostScript, and then run it through the Adobe version of PS to PDF.
No, it's not that simple if you're carrying out this conversion. You have to produce a very special kind of PDF file.
Oh yeah.
And that's
It would
what I'm
come
trying
out
to learn.
jumbled. It might come out messed up.
Normally LaTeX produces PDF files, but in order to communicate with a printer, you need something more special. And you know, so far as putting down mathematical formulas, if you become proficient with LaTeX, that's probably the quickest and easiest way to put down mathematical formulas.
Have you thought of switching publishers?
No, I want to use this particular publisher, which is Ingram Spark, because apparently they give you the greatest amount of control over what you're doing.
So long as you're using their tools, or
yeah. And I would encounter probably the same problems if I went to CreateSpace, or rather Kindle, I should say now.
What about Springer Verlag, whatever it's called?
Anyway, as I say,
we'll let you go.
I'm going to be taken off, and I apologize. And you guys take care.
Thank you for all the elephants you brought in. Oh no.
We'll see you later.
Bye. Thank you. Bye. So yes, I tried to keep Luis on topic of the what you introduced, the what is the meaning of forgive us our trespasses, and then it went into defining other words being used, and then we ended up in reality, and what is that? And then it went into zeros and ones. Then we argued about that.
I'm interested in delving into that word trespass. Like, what are the prerequisites for trespass to take place?
You're interested in understanding how trespass is defined in the Bible, perhaps? Maybe we have to go to Greek or the Aramaic.
Perhaps, but I'm thinking in terms of the concept of trespass. Are we talking, first of all, in terms of territory? Because there's the mental territory, but then there's also the physical territory.
The Aramaic in, I mean, the our Father in Aramaic. Here it is. Prayers of the cosmos. Reader beware. Though this book is brief, it contains the seeds of a revolution.
I'm using Etymology Online or Etymol9, the online etymology dictionary. The meaning for trespass there is enter unlawfully. First tested in forest laws of Scottish Parliament circa 1455, the modern French descendant of Old French trespasser, trespasser, has come to be used euphemistically for to die. Compared euphemistic use of crossover and obituary. Ooh. But we'll stick with the Scottish for a moment because, oh, what was his name?
But first, where is the forgive us our trespasses found? What version? Because in the Lord's Prayer, the King James English translation, we have and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors.
That's
Matthew,
King James Authorized
13 King James Version.
1611, I believe. But the word trespass is something that comes from Scottish 1455. Okay, so predates it by something like 155 years.
What predates what?
The word trespass predates the Authorized King James Version, which came out around, it was first published around 1611.
Oh, so you're looking at an earlier King James Version?
Well, prior to the King James, which was the first authorized English edition, I forget if James came before King Henry VIII or not, because that determines, that's roughly the marker of when you get the Church of England taking prevalence, and its tie-in with the government rule. I mean, we have so much advantage here that it's easy for us to take for granted the separation of things like church and state. And remember that came out of concerns such as the Danbury Baptists who didn't want the state interfering with the church, because as soon as you have a state church, then all other religions become tertiary and either subservient or extinct. Meanwhile, the state church becomes more often than not corrupted by politic.
What about the Aramaic version of the Lord's Prayer? That
Great question.
line would be, I think it's Washboklan Kaubain Aikana Daknan Shbokan Kayabain. I think it's that line. So let's see how this guy interprets that. You remember? He translates that as letting go, heartbeat by heartbeat. The King James Version, and forgive us our trespasses as we forget our trespassers. Loose the cords of mistakes binding us as we release the strands we hold of others' guilt. Or forgive our hidden past, the secret shames, as we consistently forgive what others hide. Or lighten our load of secret debts as we relieve others of their need to repay. Or erase the inner marks our failures make, just as we scrub our hearts of others' faults. Which one do you like? Or
these are all going.
Untangle the knots within so that we can mend our hearts, simple ties to others. That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I find these to be all high-level theological understandings. But if we're going to speak in the English, I think we have to first come to terms with this disparity between the two translations of trespass and debt.
Hmm.
I think the original word in the, is it Koine Greek?
Hmm.
Is that what it would have been written down in? That was the lingua franca of the region,
Hmm.
the area that these letters and these gospels were written in. Yes,
Oh.
primarily.
I wonder if they had an Aramaic version, just not written down.
Well, there are times when he's quoted as speaking in the Aramaic because it was sort of the regional language of northern Israel where he comes out of Nazareth.
But did the authors of the different gospels, did they speak Aramaic or Greek? What was their primary language?
Depends who you're talking with, right? I'm no biblical text expert, but I know that was it Koine Greek? Was that the Greek of the time? It was a lingua franca as a result of the exploits of Hellenism, the idea of folks like Alexander going out and conquering the known world. That all predates Christ's arrival upon the earth. And the Greeks themselves, by the time that you get to Christ, are themselves enslaved and are sort of a vassal state of the Roman rule. So you would have had Latin. I've got to wonder, was the Latin, because I know that people in Rome, some of them could read Greek, and they would because there was a large body of work to read from that. Many of them would have been speaking Vulgate Latin. I don't know how many would have actually been reading it. And then when you get over to, well, we also know that Greek was a common language amongst Israelites because you would not have had the Septuagint put together, the 70 to 72 or 73 rabbis who realized that none of their youth were even knowing Hebrew anymore, so they had to create a translation of the Hebrew scriptures in Greek, and that's where we get the Septuagint, which was the rabbis creating a translation for the people of Alexandria, the other members of the Jewish community who didn't know how to speak the language of their forefathers. So I think a lot of the New Testament's written in Koine, I'm probably mispronouncing this horribly. But I'm interested in the English translation and the difference. What is meant by debt? Because there's a difference between trespass and debt. One brings about the idea of money. In other words, the idea has already been monetized. But I'm interested specifically also even deeper into the idea of trespass and what that has to do with territory.
That's interesting. Perhaps trespasses is more in line with occurring first. Like in a society, what would be occurring first in a newborn society of Neanderthals or cavemen or whatever? They gathered together. Well, what would they possess? Well, within themselves, they would share things, so they wouldn't think about possessions. So the thing that they might possess as a community would be their land. So trespassing involves other tribes crossing the border and trespassing. So
Right.
maybe,
Mhm.
The idea of trespassing involves that we should try to forgive others trespassing our land because we're doing it too.
Right. Usually as the consequence of not understanding what you mentioned earlier, we may not know that we're trespassing upon others' territory. And in this is the template for global peace, right?
Yes, that would be so. And also for single payer tax, for a land tax, because because there wouldn't be any money. So how would we tax the people with land? We could force them to kind of give a portion of what they grow to the people harvesting if they didn't use money. Maybe that would be a form of tax.
That was certainly a case both in China,
or they could
and
store
it was a case in ancient Israel, in that the people with the less fertile land were required to pay less tax than the people with the greater fertile land. And the people who had easier access or closer access to the temple, I think they had to pay a greater tax than the people who were living further away from the temple.
Oh,
But I could be wrong.
oh, but look, in the definition that comes up is a verb. Am I sharing? Yes, look. The second one is in the archaic, and maybe archaic means that at one time it was used more often to commit an offense against a person or a set of rules, a man who had trespassed against Judaic laws. So it doesn't always refer to property, it could refer to breaking a law.
Right, the conceptual. So rules, sets of rules. If we're talking Judaic law, we're talking about the 613 mitzvah, the laws of Moses.
And as a verb, trespass is a sin or offense. I mean, as a noun. The worst trespass against the goddess Venus is to see her naked and asleep. So don't look at Venus while she's naked and asleep.
Was Venus the Roman version of the pantheon, or was Venus the name of a Greek version? I'd have to look into the etymology of the name.
Okay. Venus. Oh, Wikipedia. Oh, it's a planet.
Goddess of love from which mythology? We'll have to take a look into the mythology to find out. Roman, yep, of love and beauty. It was there in the Wikipedia.
Venus mythology.
Roman goddess.
Roman. Oh, I see her naked without arms. That's horrible. Why did they cut her off? I guess she got a disease.
No, they just fell off the statue.
But at least she's not sleeping. That would be a sin.
Right, and notice she's still wearing a loincloth here, or she's got something draped along her lower portion.
And that's probably why the Roman Empire fell apart. I don't know, but that's an old sculpture, 130 to 100 BC.
Right. So before Christ here.
They sinned because they looked at that sculpture of Venus naked, and that's what caused the fall of Rome. But that's a Venus de Milo.
No, I think you're you're short circuiting there.
Is an ancient Greek statue. But what was Venus called by the Greeks?
She could be Roman in origin. I don't know. Greco-Roman mythology. Let's delve into the Greco-Roman mythology part. Greek counterpart of Aphrodite.
Oh,
so Venus was Aphrodite.
That's the goddess of love, associated with love, beauty, pleasure, passion. So don't look at Aphrodite naked.
which was derived from the Phoenician goddess Astarte, or Sart. I'm not sure how to pronounce exactly. It may differ from language to language.
Mm.
So Venus being an adaptation of Aphrodite, Aphrodite being an adaptation of the Phoenician goddess Astarte, which was a cognate, if we go back to the first paragraph in this description. We may have earlier versions, let's see.
Astarte in Phoenicia.
Astarte.
And
These
where-
Semitic peoples, and we get into the Assyrians here,
the
and
European.
that she's got even another name starting with IN. Let's go up. The difference between you and me, Jairo, fundamentally is that I'm a married man and you're a single one. So we're going to have different interests.
Mm. Yeah.
Certainly.
Mm.
Okay, so a cognate of the East Semitic goddess Ishtar.
I'm married to my condition, to my room.
Well, to your territory for one thing, and your territory is sacred to you, is it not?
To my family.
Yeah. Well, in a way.
Married in Spanish means casado.
What does that mean?
I think another word for another meaning for casado is hunted down or trapped.
Oh, I see. Well, that certainly gives plenty of good soil to create excellent stories. I understand a little bit better now the Central American soap opera.
Mm. They,
well, consider, here's a trespass against the laws of Moses, adultery. That would be a trespass, right? If someone were to, let's say you were married.
admit that.
And someone committed adultery with your spouse, that was a punishable by public stoning offense in the Old Testament.
That's nice.
Actually, it gets even more interesting than that. There, I think it's in Proverbs, or it might be a Psalm. Anyway, there was a apparently an avenue that after they were done stoning the adulterers, they would take their lifeless bodies and they would stick them on one side or the other of an avenue. So like the man on one side and the women, the woman on the other side. And then they would plant a seed within, plant a seed there where the body was. Okay, so that as the seed grew and as the roots grew, the roots would be fertilized by the dead body, and it would disperse their bones. It would slowly push the bones out. So there was an avenue. This is sort of another concept of lover's lane. This is illegal lover's lane, I guess you could call it. So along one side of the lane would be these trees that are fertilized by all the male adulterers, and on the other side of the lane were all the female adulterers, adulteresses, I suppose. And there would be trees on the other side of this road. Yes, and that was for people to understand that this would be your fate, is that your bones would not be at peace, they would not be at rest, but rather there'd be a tree slowly pushing them apart. And that was the sort of communal punishment part of that whole. So you weren't just stoned, but you didn't even, you would have a tree slowly pushing your remains apart and feeding off them for decades and decades, however long the trees remained along those lanes, or that lane. How do you like that?
The lane on the one side of the lane you have trees tearing the
Well,
bodies of the male. And
right, on both sides.
The female.
Right.
Is there a middle, a median?
Yeah, the road. There'd be a road, and then on one side it's the men's bodies, on the other side it's the women's bodies, and you'd have these wonderful trees. Imagine them growing up big enough so that you have like an archway of leaves.
And would the bodies stay underground? They get pushed in all directions.
Well, by the roots of the growing trees, because their trees were being used as fertilizer for the tree. Yeah.
Now, would they be able to gather enough female bodies? Because maybe the females don't
adulterate as much as the men.
Or maybe they get them by calling them witches and then get them that way.
Well, you're kind of jumping around time here, because that's another sort of issue. Speaking strictly of adultery, I think a lot of it, in terms of punishment, or more specifically communal punishment, these are means or methods for carrying out death. Because what does the law bring about ultimately but death? Okay. Well, first it does something that's necessary. It says that there's justice, but justice in a retributive form. So retributive justice, which goes back to actually pre-Noahide times, where you have characters post-Seth, who Seth was the third son of Adam and Eve, by the way. After Cain and Abel, there came Seth, and then he helped take care of all of his other siblings and whatnot. But there was a time early off-wind, prior to the flood, in the Hebrew story, where there was a guy who was like, you know what, if anyone harms me or kills one of mine, then I'm going to harm them, and I'm going to kill 7 of theirs. And then his son comes along and says, well, if anyone harms me or kills one of mine, commits evil against my domain, then I will commit evil against their domain 7 times 70. Okay, this is hegemony. It's the story of hegemony. It exists to this day. We have hegemony here in the United States by way of having a supreme nuclear arsenal. Okay, so if anyone kills one of ours, we have not only nuclear but conventional backed by nuclear. So we can take you out so much worse than you have hurt us. There was an article recently that that counted up the costs of the United States' response to 9/11, 2001, where we lost something like just under 3,000 people. Well, we've taken out over 800,000 people. So how much? Yes, really, how much different are we today as a species compared to pre-Noah times, according to the Hebrew mythology? Well, apparently we've gone past 7 times 70, because 3,000 approximate times 7 times 70 is 490. And if you believe the numbers that are being published, that says that not only have we regressed so far as to be as bad as these early characters in human history, at least according to the Hebrew mythology, but we've gotten even worse than that. Now, I gave you
collateral damage.
Sure, you could.
It's the continuation of the war that it keeps causing that to propagate.
Right.
Like
right. That's right. Because when someone's hurt and then someone else wants to do the same kind of hurt, it just propagates and propagates and propagates. This is why Martin Luther King Jr. said,
including the 7 times each time.
You don't you don't overcome evil with evil. You overcome evil with good or with love. Now, I gave you the Old Testament idea. Jesus gives us the counterbalance to that. In the New Testament, there's a section where someone asks him, you know, when my brother sins against me, which, by the way, another way of reading the Lord's Prayer would be to say, forgive us our sins when we forgive those who sin against us. Right? That's sort of a more general, fuzzy way of understanding debt, of understanding trespass. It's understanding the missing the target, the not understanding, the commit the offense, to break the law. When my brother sins against me, how many times do I have to forgive him? Someone asks him this. And I think it's because he was, of course, familiar with the Hebrew scriptures. I think he was giving reference to the earlier speaker who would say that I will repay evil for evil 7 times, 70 times. Well, Christ responds, you are to forgive him 7 times, 70 times. Wow. Yeah, right. It's the way the scripture connects with each other. It's really quite remarkable. But what do we have trespass? What's so special about trespass? This idea of territory, whether it's physical or whether it's mental or legal. Why do we care about territory at all? Probably for the same reason you wouldn't care for someone to just walk into your room right now and start taking your books and sleeping in your bed and telling you, what are you still doing here? You're not supposed to be here anymore. This is our room now. Go away. You don't exist. Could you imagine that? I mean, we don't have that situation here in the United States because we have property rights, but there are places in the world where that has been the case. That was certainly the case throughout the Soviet Union.
The landlord throw or threatened to isn't that in the word eviction? Like they could throw out your stuff if you don't get out by a certain time.
Sure, that's true. But what about eviction by writ because we don't like you, or because we just want your stuff?
So that's protected here more than other places.
Well, it wasn't in Venezuela. It wasn't throughout the Soviet Union. The socialist states tend not to care about existing law structures. So when you talk about creating a system or reforming a system, because I know like wealth inequality is a big ticket topic here in the United States right now, we have to be careful to maintain or to appreciate what the existing structures grant us. And by structures or legal structures, we're talking about a history that was developed over a long period of time for a reason. In other words, we don't want to throw out the history, the knowledge of the history, because all of that came about by a reason. Those protections that are developed because they were determined to have a general good for all. And whenever there's a revolution, you run the risk of losing that. So whatever works in terms of reform or revolution has to work for all. It can't just work for the 99%, in other words. it would also have to benefit the 1%, in other words. It has to be 100% makes sense. Otherwise, you're going to have a bloodier type or kind of war on your hands.
I agree. Does everyone in the audience agree? If anyone is watching, do you agree? You can comment at the bottom here when this is up on YouTube. You can type in, I agree too. Also, yeah, thank you. We'll have some, or if we go live sometime, I gotta learn how to make this meeting live, then we'll have, maybe through Facebook. I can have it on
well, Facebook is easy.
Have it live chat version.
I think Facebook is probably easiest when it comes to barrier of entry. It's pretty simple to set that up. And then what I recommend if you do that is that you then download your copy that went to Facebook to post later to YouTube. You can also set it up. I think Zoom has a plugin for YouTube if you want to do it that way and have your conversations that way. And then there are other platforms as well.
So yes, comment below that you agree with the statement that a resolution should include all components of society, right?
And well, there's got to be a value proposition for each member. So if
the 1% is causing the suffering of the 99%, how do you?
In some ways, it's possible that 66% is causing suffering for 99%. In other words, there may be certain aspects of what the 1% does that is good for the 99%. For instance, they may be paying a lot of the taxes. Of course, it's probably more like the 2% is paying more, or the top 20% is paying probably the lion's share. But then there's also, go on.
Instead of increasing the taxes of the 1% or the 20% or whatever, in whatever way is stepped or graduated, instead of doing that, keep their taxes the way it is, and look at the say 30%, do a reverse tax on them. That the government would give them money to bring them up to a level.
Unfortunately, my Wi-Fi dropped off for a moment, so I didn't catch the last 40 seconds of your words. But I'll go back and listen to them.
Yes, instead of increasing the taxes on the 1% or 20% or whoever is in power in the corporation, keep them as they are, and increase the negative taxes on the very poor. In other words, the government would give them benefits or something to bring them up to a higher level. How would that work?
So you're speaking of increasing negative income tax. The basically you work 11,000, you get 2,000 or 3,000, or if you're a family of 4, 5 or 6,000. That sort of old idea.
Semi-universal income. Well, maybe graduated to like increasing as you're poor or have no income.
Well, we sort of have that right now in the stimulus. So since the first term of the Reagan era, we've had supply side economics. Now, there are some critics who've muddied the water by calling it trickle-down economics, but that's not the idea. The idea is actually supply-side economics, meaning you subsidize and create the brakes for the suppliers of the goods and services. Okay, that's why that's how. Now, the criticism of that is that you have government basically favoring the big players, which kind of ossifies them at the same time. But by having supplies, well, you have to have an understanding of why we have this as a solution. The reason why we have, or why supply side economics was instilled or installed within our government, in terms of the political aspect of economics, not just the market, but the political. The reason why we have that is because we had this horrible problem in the 1970s called stagflation, meaning that as even the supply of money was going up, the costs were even rising higher. Meanwhile, the taxes were going up, but the pays were dragging behind. And that's where you had the beginning. It was the tip of the wedge, or the start of the wedge, not the tip of the wedge, but the start of the wedge of the difference between the separation of real income and, for lack of a better term, the elite income. That began in the early 70s, because as up through at least the end of the 60s, as productivity rose, you had real income to workers rising alongside it, and then it started to stagnate in the early 70s and has remained, in comparison to the top earners, those who are making their money through primarily investments. These two groups, in a way, sort of separated from one another, or so it goes. Because I've also read alternative views that state that actually, depending on how you do the math, and too bad we don't have Mike here, but if you take and treat them all as one group, then it's easier to see them all as one if you just use the mean across 100% of the population. But if you take it in terms of distributions, if you break the American society into those who receive their income primarily through investments, then they've been continuing to grow richer and richer, while the rest have been growing somewhat, perhaps, but maybe not as much. And for the more recent generations, certainly it's much more difficult to do things like purchase a home.
So that's interesting. Your introduction for us listeners to the concept of stagflation, and
Stagflation.
It was, what is it called? Stagflation?
That's right. Yes, it's the combination of economic stagnation and inflation.
Stagnation and inflation.
It was the primary economic crisis of the 1970s, and it's the one that the Reagan administration, it's probably, you had, was it James Carville, who in the 92 race for the presidency said it's the economy, stupid. Well, one of the reasons why Jimmy Carter, perhaps our nation's best Secretary of State to ever serve as president, the reason why, to quite a degree, that he was unpopular was because the economy was not doing so wonderful, because they didn't necessarily have a way out of that particular situation politically. And what Reagan's administration came in and did was install supply side economics, which said, well, let's make it cheaper to provide goods and services. And by doing that, what you did was lower, because when you raise supply, that lowers cost. So it made things cheaper. So that's how you have the introduction and the overtake of the Walmarts, for instance. So we are now wealthy in goods with Walmart and Dollar Tree and Family Dollar and Dollar General. We've basically licked the material goods problem. Not trickle down, because remember, that's sort of a bastardized view of it, but you want to, and you can dub it Reaganomics, but you really want to search, and this is going to be tough for you because I'm sure you're going to have to look to the appropriate site to get an understanding of it. Let me give you the guy who worked. In fact, I introduced him to you before.
You're introducing the idea that trickle down economics, it was blamed for what we're in, but you're saying it wasn't that, but supply side economics, but or to fix stagflation. But what is the difference between trickle down economics and supply side economics?
Well, basically, trickle down is a critical. It's sort of a. It doesn't argue against it because it won. Supply side won. It's what allowed us to come ahead and to pull past the Soviet Union, and the Soviet Union, through its own corrupt bureaucratic policies, crumbled. Meanwhile, we lived through sort of an ugly period of the 1980s that got better progressively throughout the 90s. And then for the following 2 decades after that, we're now living in an age past the success of supply side economics, because think how much cheaper a pair of jeans, for instance, is or has been compared to what it was.
But in Wikipedia, my source for omniscient, it says in trickle down economics, it says it makes a distinction between trickle down economics and supply side economics by saying that supply side theory favors lowering taxes overall, while trickle down theory more specifically targets taxes on the upper end on the economic spectrum. So does that mean that in trickle down economics, was that because it lowered taxes too much for the very wealthy and corporations, or maybe not? Maybe they just figured out a way to keep more of their stuff, and when they want to lower taxes, it's the rich that get most of the benefits. So, but supply side economics, or theoretically, should lower the taxes more overall for everyone more equally. What do you think? He maybe got kicked out.
I'm sorry, I was muted. So because you've got a bit of an echo there when you're speaking, I think your speaker might be turned up a little bit too high or too close to the mic. The complaint there, or the propaganda which became known as trickle-down theory, takes a piece of supply side and says, well, this is my perspective. And it's one way to explain the difference between the increasing wealth inequality. But I don't think it's exact. I think there are better models for explaining the difference, such as the installation of electronic voting in Congress in the early 70s. I think that better explains the difference in wealth inequality, or at least the significant gross difference between the breaking of society into two groups, one who are underground and who basically feed on the LOI, if you want to put it in H.G. Wells terminology, where it's sort of ignorant but beautiful and tasty to the ones living underground.
Can you clarify?
I was using.
You said they caught something that in the 70s there was the installation of electronic voting.
Right. Go to YouTube and type in, well, I'll send you a direct link. By the way, if you go into chat, I sent you a direct link. Go ahead and look at that, and then we'll take a look at the next thing. So we should get supply side from the person who actually enacted it when he was Assistant Secretary to the Treasurer during the Reagan administration. And I'm going to send you another. All right. Have you'll want to pull up the page from Roberts, and then I'll send you another link once we've finished discussing supply, and then we'll discuss the cardboard box reform and why James D'Angelo has perhaps a better explanation. Yes, you remember him from sharing earlier this week. Yes.
That Norwegian lady interviewed him.
Right, Herland. Yep.
He reminds me of Steve Hall.
Steve Hall. Yeah, I guess I could see that. They're both white and they're both old. No. Steve Hall is a Floridian, and
their mannerisms too.
He's Paul Craig Roberts is a it's from Georgia, so they're at least from neighboring states. But click on the link and pull it up on your screen, because I think just because you said something that's rather it's not to you yet, but it may come to you later. You said something very disturbing, Jairo. Go ahead and do a Control++ on that to zoom in.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Nice. So it's probably not a good idea to take Wikipedia as being omniscient. I used to think somewhere along those lines, but then I did a couple of things. One, I remember the 2 times that I was quoted in the Orlando Sentinel, and I remember one of the 2 times they got wrong, which tells me, based upon this very narrow set of sampling, that the press only gets it right about half the time. The second thing is they're often using that as one of their sources, which is things like newspapers.
Mm.
And the other thing about Wikipedia is that it's already been found to be edited on political purposes with particular aspects that that certain groups want to use as or take into the mainstream.
What is supply side economics? 4 decades later, Wikipedia and academic economists still don't know.
Here's the guy who actually wrote the papers in the 70s, was brought in to be in the Department of Treasury in the early 80s, and who worked to install this form of political economics, which enabled us to have essentially low cost goods. So you don't have to be rich to live richly. You just need the means of being materially wealthy to be inexpensive. And that, in a nutshell, is supply side economics. It's when the means to wealth is generally affordable by most anyone at all.
So the Wikipedia is telling us a lie.
In several areas.
Totally false picture of supply side economics.
And in other areas, what Wikipedia does is misconstrue or introduce a certain slant, which is based upon one population's desire of how to explain the world, because when you explain it in a certain way, it advantages that population. Does that make sense? In other words, Wikipedia is not free from political influence.
And what if an article is put up by one political entity, and another political entity it edits it one way, then the original political entity comes in and re-edits it back to they are they able to go back and forth, or
Right.
would
Well,
they eventually complain to Wikipedia and say they're changing what I want it to say, and they try to block the others from editing it?
right. Yeah. The locked pages. Well, there are several ways that will outcome. For one thing, you're ultimately relying upon the judgment of the early Wikipedians, the ones who have most clout upon that platform, and their positions. And they're not always consistent. Another thing about Wikipedia is, and you can click on the talk portion of any page to kind of see, to get a sense of the back and forth of what goes on behind the edit, some of those edits. But sometimes even the talk sections are cut out. So there's the editing that we can see, and then there's the editing that we are ignorant to because that history has been erased.
Can that be recovered in archive.org?
Well, we kind of hope that it can. And it's interesting because when you go to archive.org, I have been there and seen multiple versions of archive.org create copies even within the same day for certain news articles. There'll be like a dozen updates to archive.org because there have been a dozen updates to that news article that was already published. So you can have a single news article published, which the early edition readers of that article got one story, and the later edition readers of that article got a whole nother story, perhaps even saying the opposite. Thus the rise of so much conspiracy theory. It's not that the people who are carrying what sound to be like conspiracies around are just coming up with this stuff out of thin air. It's that they're reading earlier editions of work, which were corrected either for factual or political reasons. Now, if it was to correct a piece of disinformation with true information, meaning if it was a factual correction, the author of the article will often write that. But how many corrections are made purely to correct something from being non-factual to factual? How many times are corrections made because it is politically unadvisable or career-wise killing? So you have to recant the story by rewriting it in the way that's acceptable by the power structure who says so. Else, reporters are dime a dozen and you'll never work in this industry again.
So the origin of misinformation, that Reaganomics is based on a claim that tax cuts pay for themselves, is mysterious. It cannot be found in official documents. The Reagan administration forecasted that every dollar of tax cut would result in a dollar of lost tax revenue. So, but then perhaps it does get lost in that year or two, but maybe it gets recovered later on. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it does. That is the essential idea, because you can always collect the revenue on the backside. In other words, the point of supply side, it was one of those tide raising all boats situations. By making goods and services cheaper to produce, what you were saying was that more people could have at them, and that would generate more people shopping. It was the very beginnings of the increase of consumerism. Consumerism goes back to early 20th century, probably 19th century. Actually, would be where its roots are. But we're living in an age post of supply side. this stuff takes a little while to absorb, or at least it did for me. But we're living now in almost a pure, well, I'm not going to say pure because each theory is built upon the next. But after supply side, you have consumer side economics, where not only do you make it cheap to produce goods and to a degree services, but primarily this focuses on goods. But now we're living in an age of consumer side economics, which lays upon supply side, which says, well, the government will just give consumers the money to buy the goods. These are $1,400 stimulus checks coming in to supercharge the economy, right? This is the thing that Biden is going to be trying to win and keep his popularity with.
Goods and services.
To a degree, because the cost of services is a function of the amount of supply of services, which is a function of the number of service suppliers and where the market finds, because I mean, it's not just the cost of what it takes to supply a good or service, but it's also the price which the market, which is to say customers or consumers of goods and services, are willing to pay for a good and service. So these are like two. If you look at that video I shared with you, that's of Paul Craig Roberts. He talks about the actual guy who made this quote. He's in this fellow, I think from the 18th or 17th century. He said, it's these two together. It's the price of goods and services together that actually, they're like two blades of scissors that actually will come down and determine what the actual cost of or price setting. In other words, it's not a politician. It's not a supplier of a good and service, and it's not a customer. And the people who argue for free markets say that this should not be a political issue at all. It should just be an issue left to markets. In other words, the suppliers and the consumers of the goods and the services it's those two blades that should be determining the actual cost. Should be the ones that are finding the price. And that's called price discovery. And it's sort of a haggle between the two groups. You know, the supplier knows if they're good at keeping business, at keeping house. They know what their actual costs are for supplying that good or service. And the consumer, whoever the consumers are, they know how much they're willing to spend. I think it was on your timeline that I shared the other link.
I want microwave popcorn.
You're finding something else?
Mhm.
It was where it says view. You were right there. Actually, you have to click the. I don't like that they start hiding comments by default on Facebook, but you had it just a moment ago. But you have to click the prior comment above where I wrote Putney. There we go. Okay, click where it says view one more comment. Actually, above that. View one, there we go. Actually, then it was the prior article. It's where you shared the Herland report with the interview of Paul Craig Roberts.
Then it was, let's see, how do I switch to my other Facebook?
Just search your Gyro, sorry.
Account.
I don't know that you need to switch
Switch
accounts.
account.
Oh, look at that. There you go.
Oh, there I am. my alternate ego, the philosopher in me.
The peace warrior on one side and the philosopher less visited.
In what?
I don't like this cross app messaging. You know what? If I see that it's on, if I see that it's because in Messenger now you can use Messenger to communicate with anyone through Instagram. However, think of the implication of what happens then if you do that. Then you're agreeing essentially to the terms of service of Instagram, which is a lot more invasive of your privacy. So I've made it a point not to communicate to anyone through Messenger if it means I'm communicating on the Instagram network.
What?
Has it been shadow? Sometimes I have to refresh my own page just to see the stuff I've posted on my own timeline on Facebook these days. The shadow censorship is thick.
Oh,
there it is. See, same page, but you had to refresh it to see it.
Oh, I clicked on this.
So where it says, so glad someone was watching. It says view 2 more replies. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, that's the hour-long discussion. This is where I first got introduced to Paul Craig Roberts. It was an episode of Smart Talk, which was part of the Henry George School of Social Science. And remember, Henry George is the fellow who started the progressive movement in the United States with his publications.
Use. And offshoring is not pursuit of comparative advantage, it's pursuit of absolute advantage. They're looking for the lowest factor cost. And so it is not free trade. And I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying that it is interpreted as free trade by the economics profession.
Who should know better.
They should know better, but maybe they
Henry
maybe
George School
or the offshore.
Well, let me give you a
who's schooling who?
scenario. That of course, Henry George was a free trader. He was a free trader in a world that had comparability. One country didn't have a much advantage or material advantage over another. You could get away with it. I'm a restricted free trader, basically because of the problem you pointed out. Well, let's assume that this occurred and America is being hollowed out and jobs are being arbitraged away. I'm a New York guy. I'm an investment banker. I'm a Washington guy. I'm a military guy. I'm a Boston guy. I'm a technology guy. Those three cities are kind of the nexus of a very interesting compilation of power, wealth, money, brains. And if I look at us as kind of an island that's basically trades with the world, is arbitrages factors all over the world. For us, this is not so bad what you pointed out. The rest of the country may suffer, may become a North Argentina. But for the big guys in these areas, why should they worry about the things you point out and the things I agree with? Interesting. Any comments on that?
Well, for the CEOs themselves, it's in their interest because their interest, generally speaking, is short term. I don't think there are very many public corporations in which the CEO comes in to office at a young age and stays there for 10 or 20 or 30 years. And so most of them come in when they're about 60, and they have a few years in which to really make their fortune before they retire. And so for them, if you can drop your labor costs by offshoring your jobs, your profits go up, and therefore your bonus component of your salary, which is the largest component, goes up. And so you can maximize your income by offshoring the jobs. Now, as you have already noted earlier in the conversation, the aggregate effect over time is to destroy the American consumer market. because the people who were working in, say, textile, apparel manufacturing, making maybe $35,000–$40,000 a year, they end up working as retail clerks for $16,000 a year. And the difference in their income essentially kills off any discretionary spending capability.
Well, if I can borrow the money, if I can borrow the difference, if monetary authorities are accommodative, allow me to inflate mortgage demand, credit card demand, I can defer the devastating effects for maybe 30 or 40 years, which I think occurred. That being the case, would you agree that that's the
No,
case?
it can't defer that long. This policy is what Alan Greenspan used when he saw that there wasn't any growth in real median family income, and therefore there was nothing to drive the economy. That is when Greenspan, as Fed chairman, initiated the credit expansion that substituted the growth in consumer debt for the missing growth in consumer income. So that's how in the early part of this new century, the early part of the 21st century, they were able to keep the consumer demand growing and to keep some growth in the economy. But very quickly, of course, debt reached its limit. People can't acquire debt indefinitely when their income's not growing. And when the ability of people to acquire any more debt ran out, the bubble broke, and real estate market collapsed, and the economy really hasn't done anything since. So it's a short-term step you can use to substitute growth in consumer debt for missing interest.
Let me just comment on that. I think that's clear, but again, I'm a New York, Boston, and Washington guy. I mean, we're military, we're finance, we're technology, we're international. Why should I worry about the lack of purchasing power in the hinterland? I'm being the devil's advocate here. Since I'm insulated, I think, from that. My money's ready to go anywhere. I'm ready to travel to London, Frankfurt, Berlin, any place, and get away from the effects of, let's say, a downsizing of the American middle and working class. And where were the middle class and working people politically in stopping or seeing or avoiding this, in effect, catastrophe?
Well, first of all, you can't escape it because it eventually comes back to you in the dollar's loss of value. Because if your economy isn't growing, but your debt is, and you're having to issue more debt to finance the federal budget, but you also have to issue more debt in order to keep the banks that are too big to fail from failing. And so the world is flooded with the issue of dollars in debt, but not with an increase in the real output of American goods and services that match the growth in the supply of dollars and the supply of debt. The pressure then builds on the dollar itself, and builds on its exchange value, and builds on its role as reserve currency. And then you see people, because the rest of the world has been accumulating dollars since the end of World War II. They have a tremendous amount of dollars, and when they see what looks to be no end into the supply of new dollars is not matched by the output of goods and services, they say, what is happening to the value of our dollar-based assets? And do we want to keep acquiring them? And you see then the countries pull back from purchasing US Treasury bonds. You see them looking for alternative stores of value, such as gold. We see the enormous accumulation of gold now in Asia. We see pressure on the dollar from the rising price of gold. During the 21st century, we've seen an enormous increase in the price of gold, peaking in 2011. And what have we seen since is the Federal Reserve realizes that the rising price of gold is a threat to the dollar and to the Fed's policy of quantitative easing, and therefore they suppressed the rising price of gold by selling naked shorts, dump massive amounts of futures contracts, on the market in the least tradable periods when there's actually no trading going on, and they come in and dump huge quantities of contracts and drive down the price. And that then produces stop loss orders, it produces margin calls, more sales, and this is the way they've controlled the price of gold since 2011.
You would argue that.
Wow.
Right, so this was Paul Craig Roberts in 2014, and he sent, I think the most interesting thing he's put out more recently is about how World War II was, in his view, Roosevelt's takeover of empire from Great Britain. So he sees it almost as a Roosevelt method or means by which to become the global dominant superpower. So he almost sees Roosevelt as conducting a kind of war against Great Britain, an economic one, because they certainly lost their empire through that and shortly after that war for 20 years. They had almost completely let it go by the 70s. And we, in the meantime, picked it back up and took over that role. So interesting fellow. You have some thoughts perhaps with what you heard.
Yes, can you explain what he just described as how they control the price of gold?
So he mentioned the use of naked shorts, meaning he was saying that what the Fed was doing was flooding the market on, I'm not a financials expert, I'm, if anything, more of a generalist with a few specific areas of knowledge. But if I understand correctly, what he was saying was the Fed had placed massive contracts out for gold futures, which are funds that would be used to help fund the exploration to find and dig more gold out of the ground, or to pan it, or to pull it out with heavy mining equipment, whatever means. That's by dumping all these contracts, then what you're saying to the market is that there's going to be more gold, and one of the primary factors of the price of gold is the fact that there's scarcity of it. So what he's saying is that the Fed would dump all these contracts to put a lot of money towards the finding of gold to make it less scarce, which the market would then interpret, well, if there's going to be a lot more gold, then it's going to go down in value. It's sort of a supply side economic move in the perspective of the gold market, where if there's more supply, then the cost of it goes down, then the value of it goes down. And that was the Fed's response to make sure that gold stopped rising to be so high, at least from its peak at that time, which was measured at 2011. I don't know what it is now relative.
For our listeners, what do you mean by dumping?
Dumping meaning, well, the Fed has this power to create. For instance, they can dump money. Any central bank, if they wishes, could, actually all the banks do this because of something known as fractional reserve banking. So this was a sort of a science that was developed during the time of Medici Europe, the time of the banking in the Italian peninsula. They would do this when money was in gold, because gold could be stolen. Banks would offer to hold the gold, and what they would do is issue you a note saying that they're holding this much gold. Okay. And so then you could take that note and you could hand it to a merchant, and it was good as gold because the bank was someone that you knew. They would take the note. So this note would say, let's say I'm the banker. I, this banker, have received the sum of this much gold payable to the person on this note. Well, the holder of that note, you know, if you've ever signed over a check, which is a similar type of instrument, it's also a note, a piece of paper. They could go and say, well, I've got this much gold at this bank and I will pay you. It could be a fraction, but let's say you want that. I want that good or service of yours, and I will pay you this much gold. I'm not going to hand you the gold. Instead, I'm gonna sign this paper payable to your name, and I hand you the piece of paper, and that person, that merchant, can then take that piece of paper with their name and the person who signed it over to them back to the bank and retrieve the gold and get the gold out. Okay, so that's how checking works essentially, right? Well, in fractional reserve banking, the bankers, they noticed that people were leaving the gold with them, and they could actually have more pieces of paper out. They could lend based upon what they had. So let's say they have all this gold, and they could make some money by way of lending some of it to people who want to start a business. And then they would get it back plus some interest, and that's how they would make their income. Primarily, that's how banks are supposed to work. They work by variable amounts of interest. So they may give you a little bit of interest on a savings account, but when you take out a mortgage with them or an auto loan, they're of course charging a much higher rate of interest, and that's where banks are supposed to traditionally receive their income, is in the difference in the interest. Smaller paid, higher taken in, and that's the bank's income to cover their costs and their profits. And that's how all that accounting works. Well, the bankers discovered some number of centuries ago that they can actually make more loans than the reserves that they have. So let's say they've got $1 million worth of gold in their deposits, in their safes or whatever, however they secure that money. Then they found that they could actually issue loans for $10 million worth of money, and then as long as they got paid back, then this was a way for them to like supercharge their earnings. That would be like a 10 to 1, the amount out versus the amount that they actually have in reserve. Now there were times throughout history where people would find out that more than the banks actually had were being lent out. And then this would produce panics. If the economy was going sour, they'd want to be able to get their gold or their money back. And the bank wouldn't necessarily have it because they had loaned out 10 times what they had, or 20 times, or 30 times. In the 2007, 2008 crisis, it turns out that they were up to 30 times. So they only had 1/30 of the amount that they had out on loan. And when people went back to collect their savings, they wouldn't have it. And those were the great panics throughout the 19th century here in the United States. This has happened throughout Europe as well, and other places, wherever fractional reserve banking has been instituted. It's really kind of like the big trick that's played. And there are arguments for abolishing fractional reserves, such as the Chicago plan discusses where you get rid of the system and then you have stable, solid private banking again, just with regulation of eliminating fractional reserves as a means for banks to increase their bottom lines, their profit.
Technical term for lending more than you have to back it up is called fractional reserve banking.
Yeah, or fractional reserve lending. So
reserve lending.
Yeah, and there are all sorts of different ways that bankers have figured out that they can manipulate the system. That was one of them that goes all the way back to, I think, the age of the Medicis over in whatever.
What about the Glass-Steagall Act? That was
okay. So the Glass-Steagall Act was, I think it came out. Was it late 30s, or was it in 44 before the World War II? You can look it up to get the exact date. Well, anyway, what it did was separate it broke banking institutions. There's a bit of regulation that broke banking regulations or institutions into two types. Commercial banks, which do your traditional savings accounts, checking accounts, lending for mortgages and auto loans and loans to start businesses. Okay, Glass-Steagall Act of 1933, its purpose and repeal. So this was a response to what was going on in the 1920s. Around this time, the other bit of the response was the creation of the SEC, the something exchange commission. Anyway, this was part of why so many groups want to do their business in the United States, is because of the legal structures that we have, the protections that our governments provide, state and federal. So Glass-Steagall, what it did was create a protection for people so that if they had their money in a commercial bank, it wouldn't be lent out and then completely lost. And that lasted from 33 to 99, and it was repealed in 99. And that other video that you shared on your Facebook timeline of Paul Craig Roberts, interviewed by Herland, he explains more or less how that went
and
down.
I heard that there are other kinds of banks that could engage in that kind of lending, but they were
investment banks.
Called investment banks.
Yes.
That they would designed to take on that kind of risk.
That's right. Yeah, because investment banks are really about risk taking. It's about let me use it even. Let me zoom out a bit and talk about the 4 ways to generate income. Because there are about 4 classic ways, and you can view some of them as being more or less the same, but they're different aspects. And this is from a let's say Citibank's point of view. This is something they teach in their literature. So the 4 ways to make money is: you can work for someone, you can work for yourself, you can own a system, or you can rent out your money. Okay, so that's work for someone, like anyone who's ever been an employee understands. Work for yourself, which means you own the business. And that's sometimes that can be like having the worst boss ever, because when do you ever let yourself off? You really got to be disciplined to give yourself time to recuperate and to refresh. But it also means you have to do your own books, and maybe if you're hiring someone, you have to handle the taxes for the hiring of that person, which creates quite a bit of overhead, and it's literally a barrier to hiring people. I know people who only want to pay under the table, and I haven't wanted to work with them, or they haven't wanted to work with me because I'd rather stay above board. But then it becomes a huge headache for them because they have to deal with all the taxes and all the regulations and all this stuff that they'd rather not get into. So they'd rather just either work with people who work sans the FICA, which means like handling their them as a 1099 or as an actual employee. It's just so massive. It's complex, and it's a pain in the butt for a small business to have to deal with all that. Which is one of the reasons why Georgism is popular, because especially for small business owners, because it would eliminate all that, because you'd no longer be taxing incomes or taxing sales. So I mean, that's like 2 headaches off your plate, and it certainly makes your conducting business easier if you're not having to hold back. Well, first collect and then hold and be the tax person in the form of the sales taxes to hand over to the county or state.
Wouldn't Georgism increase the rent?
Well, what it would do is democratize the rent. So, for instance, I'm renting the home that I'm currently sitting in, which sits on a piece of land, okay? Now, from the period from which the person who purchased the land and contracted the contractor who built out this neighborhood to build the house there upon it, from the time that they paid that to the time of today, the value of the home has increased, and that's primarily been a reflection of the value of the increase of the land, because the location is what determines more. The house itself is an asset, but it's an asset that actually depreciates in value, because the older houses get, especially in Florida, where, especially in the South, actually, wherever you have high humidity, you may have issues like mold, and you don't know if termites are going to come in, or all sorts of issues can cause a house's real value to either appreciate or depreciate. But the primary driver of the value of the home is based upon its location and the economy of that location. So take, for instance, when my parents purchased their house in the year 1990, they paid $83,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a split plan living room and family room, okay? It's like 1,429 square feet livable. When you add in the 2-car garage, is just under 2,000 square feet total foundation area on a plot of land that was about 70 feet wide. And most of the plots were 100 feet, but for the one block, because we got in early, we got like an extra 17 feet of backyard. That was really nice, okay? So that was $83,000. They paid 8.3% on their mortgage. That was the year 1990. The mortgage rates dropped. So in the 2000s, prior to the 2007, 2008 deal, I would have been able to get a mortgage of like between 3 and 4%. Some people would have been able to get like 2 or 3% or even. It's just ridiculous. And then all that fell apart because they were giving mortgages left and right, and whether or not you could pay them off, folks with 13,000 annual income were being able to get into $250,000 mortgages. But it was only buying the same amount of home, right? I mean, today, the house that cost my parents $83,000 is valued at $268,000. That's not all inflation. It's actually a measure of the increase of value and the increase of the overall economy of the Central Florida area and of the United States in whole, because we're still fairly stable. We don't have a war going on, and our political system goes through a revolution every 4 to 8 years that trades back and forth between these two political parties. So in a way, it's that kind of mini illusion of revolution allows us to have this very stable environment that's also a fairly stable legal structure that makes for good investments. It's why so many people, even that are not Americans, will invest and purchase in real estate and homes and apartments in major cities throughout the United States. Because,
so are you getting to your proposition that implementing Georgism, a tax that's only coming from property owners, landowners, and eliminating state taxes and income taxes, all kinds of taxes? Well, maybe would you have property tax? Yeah, that's That's basically what it would be. Property taxes without the land.
Right. It's
considering the land. I mean, without considering the house.
I'm glad. Yes. I'm glad you're asking these questions because it ties back into the idea of trespass.
And the amount of property taxes would be determined by the market value of the property without the building.
That's right. The unimproved value of the land. Yes. Only the unimproved value of the land, and ad valorem tax is how George himself promoted it. But it could be broken down into 12 easy payments, just like a rent is today.
If that were to be implemented immediately.
Well, I don't know if you necessarily want to implement it.
Increase in rent. So I'm suspecting. So in order to implement it, it would have to be gradually implemented over 10 years, like maybe gradually decrease the state tax from 6% to 2%.
That'd be nice. Or just eliminate it, like Delaware has 0 sales tax. So people who live in states that border that state, they'll drive out of their state into the neighboring state, do all their shopping there, and then come back home again because there's 0 sales tax there.
But would that
the dollar goes further?
Would that tax on land, would it go to the local county, and then would the local county have to give a portion to the state, and then the state would have to give a portion to the federal?
Right. That's how I support the concept. So there's so many different ways to get there. To Modi, right? There's more than one way to do it. Whether to have it, we go to sleep one day under one set of tax regulations or rules or laws, and then wake up to a whole another set. That's one means. I mean, that would be like another form of great reset, right? There's the other argument of you steadily decrease the one and replace it with the other. That's another. The argument that the Georgists would give is that you're going to see a large increase in economic activity because suddenly the costs to purchase and the costs to employ, they're eliminated. I mean, several of them are. All that headache when it comes to employing in terms of holding back, withholding, some for the federal, or in other states that have state income tax, you would have to withhold that as well. Then you'd also, I would argue to keep things like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I think it would be too big of a shock of the system not to still have that portion withheld. But imagine eliminating federal, and for those states who have it, state income taxes. I'm sure a lot of business owners wouldn't mind not having to deal with that stuff anymore. And also it makes the barrier for becoming an entrepreneur is so much less. So anyone could start a business and hire people to do work for them, and they wouldn't have to worry about being audited sometime in the future by the government for not operating according to all the massive rules that are in place right now that make hiring people such a barrier. So if you want something done, you just hire someone to do it, and they do it, and you pay them. As simple as that.
There wasn't income tax implemented in the United States to fund a war. Did that happen for the Civil War?
Well, we entered was it 1914 that we entered World War I? And yes, we did have an income tax for a short time during the Civil War. So that meant that the northern states, the states in the Union, were actually funding part of that war. And there was the first taxation that was, it was actually a levy upon the landholders that folks in the colonies had to vote for to raise funds for a Continental Army to throw off the situation with regards to the East India Company and Great Britain being its backer and supporter and part owner of. Because we remember the American Revolution was not a revolution only to get out from under the tyranny of the crown and parliament. Rather, it was a revolution to get out of the sort of unholy alliance of the East India Company, which was backed by the Crown and the Parliament. And I want to introduce the idea of public taxes and private taxes. So what's the difference? Well, inflation could be said to be a private tax because it's something that we all pay for. When there's more money, it takes more money to buy the same amount of goods. So if the number of goods remains the same and the supply of money goes up, then you have to pay that much more fraction of the supply of the money to get the same number of goods. The Fed promises between 2 and 3 as a target from 1967 to 2017. That's the last time I took a look. During that 50-year period, the actual annual mean rate of inflation was 4%, not 2 to 3. And 1% makes a big difference when you're talking about an economy as large as the United States. So the United States dollar was losing value at a rate of between 4% for those 50 years, and they've actually got it down to somewhere around 2 and 3% now. But what this does when you have inflation, which works for people who have mortgages, for instance, because if I get a mortgage for $83,000 to buy my 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, at the front end, that monthly payment is larger than it is at the back end, because at the back end, I'm still saying that paying the same rate at my 300th payment, let's say it's a 30-year mortgage, less real money is coming out of my pocket because of inflation. All the dollar is lost value. So anyone with a mortgage kind of benefits from that situation in a way. But the ones who benefit the most from a managed inflation is actually the banking institutions, because they get to generate more money and make more loans. And there's a few other reasons for that. And I'm, again, not a banker or a financial expert. But inflation is a form, it's probably the biggest form of a privatized tax. It is the loss of wealth from the people to a set of private individuals, in this case, the owners of the private banks that make up the Federal Reserve System. Okay, this is one way that any nation with a centralized bank, how one set is gaining in wealth while everyone else is decreasing in wealth. There are other examples of privatized taxes. Another example would be in the city of Chicago. All their parking meters got sold to a private interest. So the idea of parking meters, such as in the city of Orlando, I don't know exactly how it works, but if you go downtown and it's during a workday, during certain hours, you have to pay at a meter. You can put in coins or you can stick in your debit or check card, whatever. And you can pay for it right there at the meter. And part of that goes to service the meters and maybe a company that services them. But the lion's share of it's supposed to go towards the coffers of the city. And that's a revenue generating scheme. It's a tax. It's basically a usage fee on a plot of land for you to park your car on, right? And that gives you the right to park there because you paid for that right. And the city funds its parks and other activities, Mayor Dyer's salary, however you want to describe the total budget of the city of Orlando, that's incoming revenue for the city. Well, the city of Chicago was in such dire financial straits that they actually sold their parking lots and meter systems to private interests. So now it's no longer like a steady income revenue stream. It was a one-time sell or however many payments. And now for like the next 70 or 90 years, I forget what the actual terms of the agreement are. If you want to park in the city of Chicago, you're paying money into a private interest who has rights, because when the city was over a barrel, they were like, well, here's some money. I just want this in return. The right to tax people to rent these parking spots all over the place. So that's like just a horrible thing for the public, of the people of of the city of Chicago, because now the city has to seek its funds through other means, and usually it's through more borrowing, which can put them into other situations that makes them even, eventually City Hall will be owned by a bank if it isn't already. And then all the decisions coming out of City Hall will be to the benefit of the bankers and to the hurt to most everyone else living in the city. And most of the people there in the city will more or less probably be ignorant of the fact that that's the situation that they're in, that they're actually just paying parts of their income to these private interests. So that's a private tax versus, or those are two examples of private taxes upon the public. Now, let's bring it back to the idea of Henry George and the single tax.
Let's bring it back to the idea of trespassing.
And trespassing, right. So.
Or debt collection. Isn't taxing a form of debt collection?
Sure. Forgive us our debts as we forgive those who debt upon us.
So couldn't we reset the whole economy and get it back to normal if the government, if we think of the government as our father, and we say,
please don't.
Our Father who art in DC.
Well, they did that. They deified George Washington. If you go into the Capitol building and look up in the inside of the dome, you'll see George Washington upon a throne as though he were a father god. They went that far. They created a new, who's that? Like Zeus replaced Jupiter.
Deified our forefathers, or however many there were, 4 or 5.
Well, it was popular. It's sort of neoclassicism.
Oh.
Yeah, they created the new American pantheon with the forefathers and George Washington at the throne.
So we can use the Our Father prayer in the hopes that it will be realized, and that will make our Father in Washington, D.C. to relieve us of our taxation, of our debts, as we relieve others of our debts. So that means we have to stop demanding others to pay us back, or maybe reduce their.
Well, you're going to create winners and losers and create a whole bunch of people motivated to raise hell, especially those who own a lot of notes, like mortgage notes, because they lent money so that physical material and labor could be spent to build homes, for instance.
We have to use the Our Father prayer on them too. Please forgive us our.
Well, they may be operating under a different religion. So you'd be trespassing upon their right to practice their religion, which could be money. But let me just state that the ancient Hebrews had a solution for that. It was called the year of Jubilee. Every 60 years, you could never sell the land permanently. Okay, you could only essentially sell it. You could sell a lease, which was a rent of the land for a specified price for a specified period of time, but all bets were off after the 60th year. Was it the 60th year or the 50th year? The year of Jubilee. So there'd be like 7 years and then 7 cycles of 7 years. And then on the 50th year, I believe, was the year of Jubilee, where all debts were considered paid. That's it, we're done. So if you had sold yourself into slavery to pay off your debt, then you were set free. And if a piece of land was under contract with let's say, some other person, or even a person outside of the nation of Israel, if it was on lease to them, then it would return back to the nation of Israel and come back into the pool of the land that was held. So you could never sell the land permanently. You could only ever sell a lease of it for a given period of time. And the same was true with keeping a slave. You could never hold a person or a race of people for all perpetuity. You could only do it for a set period of time. And that's the way that worked in that world. So there have been arguments for years for having a Jubilee. Okay.
So after that, that would be the 50th year.
Mhm. So
Yeah, you
twice every century, let's say 1950 to 2000, and then maybe again in 2050, if we were operating according to the Mosaic law, that there would be this year of Jubilee, and all mortgages would be forgiven. Hey!
and there would have been more freed slaves, and they would have to go harvest some new slaves in Africa.
Right, yeah, slavery would have ended naturally sooner had we been operating according to the laws of Moses. You know, that would have been it. Of course, we weren't doing that though, right? That was part of the problem.
War.
Another problem is that those laws aren't universal. They only apply to the nation of Israel.
Ah.
Right? So it's one set of laws for the insiders and another set of laws for the outsiders. Now we live in a secular state, which has to apply to people of all faiths and of all races and of all creeds and of all colors, however you want to put it. It has to operate on a universal basis. And at the same time, we also have an insider-outsider play, just like Rome had an insider-outsider play. Paul, in the New Testament, he was able to request court before Caesar because he was, in fact, indeed a Roman citizen, because Judea was a province of Rome at that time. You know, it was one of those client states. And we today, you know, people who are United States citizens have a different set of rights respected by, or supposedly supposed to be respected by the United States government. The people who are not United States citizens necessarily have, such as, well, you've read the Bill of Rights, and you've also seen those government recognized rights no longer be governmentally recognized at times.
What about people in prison?
Well, that you get a lot of that by way of the 13th Amendment, which was the Great Compromise. It freed the slaves, but then it enabled the state to have a mechanism by which to create more slaves at will. Right. Okay, pull up the text to the 13th Amendment.
Let's see.
You'll have to share the screen for us.
13th Amendment.
Share screen, please.
Should I use Wikipedia? Or
No.
the congress.gov?
That should work. Please share your screen.
Let's see. There we go. There it is.
All right. You want to read it for us?
13th
Section 1.
Section 1. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2. Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation.
Right. So even after the slaves were freed with a proclamation given by
Maybe
Lincoln.
that's why 13 is a bad, unlucky number.
You have it all over the money. There's all sorts of, it's the baker's dozen, man. So here we have note after the comma, except, the except part. That's the part that creates slaves. Now there were laws placed on the books by certain legislations that said if you were black and you voted and you didn't pass our polling tax, you didn't pay the polling tax, or if you didn't fit the qualification, or you moved into the wrong side of town, you name it, whatever, as long as they're duly convicted, then they could throw you in prison and make you a slave again. Only you were a slave, and again, you were a slave backed by the force of the state, and then your labor could also be, it could have been a revenue drawing scheme for various municipalities, so they could sell the slave labor, and they didn't have to pay their slaves anything, right? They're prisoners. The prisoners had to work. they didn't work, they could be shot or thrown into isolation or denied, you know. it was, and to this day, in California, for instance, there were, you don't even have to work these days to generate a profit within prison. Traditionally, it'd be like stamping out license plates, or it would be part of a chain gang, or you'd be in an orange jumpsuit cleaning up the sides of highways, right? These are various forms of prison labor being utilized to generate a good or a service. It could be farmed out, that labor. In China, for instance, a lot of our equipment, maybe some of the electronics in your home, are the product of prison labor. Okay. And so you have slavery in the United States, you have slavery in China, and it's state-backed. And in order to become a slave, all you have to do is break a law and then be convicted of that law, at least in the United States. And it's interesting because the current person who CNN is kind of promoting as going to be our next president, who is the one who came in last in the Democratic primary, whoever the vice president is, I think her name is Harris. Kamala, yeah, Harris. She, if I understand correctly, she kept people in prison in the state of California even after their convictions were overturned. Right. So does that mean that she supported slavery in her prior position? And is that going to be the next president of the United States of America once they've utilized the 25th Amendment to take Mr. Biden out of office? This is how we get appointed people over us, you know, in the executive being responsible for carrying out the laws of the land. How does that make you feel, Iro?
So as a slave, you also cannot vote, or can you vote?
Depends on the state, because so much of this is dependent. We're, you know, our system is a federal system. That which is not declared as being the domain of the federal is the domain of the states, and the states were the ones who were supposed to be self-regulating each other. In other words, the model originally, and the reason why it's called the United States of America, is that Virginia was a state, and Massachusetts was a state, and Georgia was a state, and they each had their own constitution, their own sets of laws, and the federal was to offer essentially national defense. That's the first reason for keeping a larger form of government, is to be able to enable them to all be in mutual aid to one another if any of the individual states were attacked. A postal service, and I think that was and foreign trade relations through the Department of State. That's what Thomas Jefferson imagined the ideal federal government being. Essentially, just basically national defense, foreign trade relations, and a postal system for interstate communication.
How did they expect these services to be funded?
Well, for the first 12 years or so, let's see, 1775 is when you first had drafts, but it wasn't, I forget the exact year that the articles of, I think we had like 11 or 12 presidents under the Articles of Confederation, because we were originally a confederation before we became a federation with the passage of the Constitution of the United States of America. The 1787 document, which wasn't actually ratified until 1789, when the legislature or the delegation from New Hampshire signed on, became the 13th states necessary to amend the Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union, which was the full name of it. There was a provision in the Articles, our original Constitution, Section 8 of the Articles described how the federal government was to receive its revenue to fund itself. And it was a proportion of the assessed value of all the land within each state as determined by the legislature of each state, a portion thereof given to the federal. And that's how, under the Articles of Confederation of Perpetual Union, was supposed to receive its money. And the trouble there was that the individual states weren't handing over the dough. They weren't giving the federal government its funds, because they were like, well, we'll just keep our local militias, and if someone invades us, we'll deal with that problem then.
So they were supposed to give a portion of their land, or a portion, or figure out from their
essentially land. Well,
like a land tax.
The way that Article 8 of the Articles of Confederation was doing was an assessment of both the land and the buildings, the structures thereupon. George was a proponent of only the unimproved value of the land only. But in Article 8, they were asking for both the a tax based upon assessment of the land and the building and the structures, okay, and the buildings thereupon, which I guess I can understand given the battles of Lexington and Concord. What happened in those battles in 1775, back in April of that year, was that the Redcoats, in the midst of that day, not only did they shoot upon the colonists and kill some people, but they also set fire to some of the buildings. And I think if you think of it in terms of creating a structure to guard your assets, you're not just talking about the land, meaning like the fields upon which you grow your food, but also the structures thereupon. That's quite an investment. You're asking the government to act as the defender of that investment. So in Article 8, they assessed both the buildings and the land itself.
Oh, so maybe there is a benefit to taxing not just the land, but the building on it. Because what if in a neighborhood you have a residential area, so the property, if you tax the property and you use the market, so you have a certain amount. But what if on your land, and you are the owner of the land and the house, what if the house burns down? Then you don't have the house, then you're still going to get taxed the same as your neighbors, more or less.
Right. Well, this is my response to that. There are these things called, and they're private institutions, they're called insurance companies. So you can voluntarily pay an insurance company a monthly or annual fee so that if your house ever does get burned down, they give you the money for the equivalent to be able to rebuild it. Okay.
Say you don't have that insurance in place, and
that's right. It's up to you, but it's voluntary at that point, isn't it?
What if it's a tornado? No. What if it's?
Well, again, policies cover just about anything, and really it comes down to what makes sense, because there are government-backed insurances, and then there are non-government-backed insurances. It comes down to what the people decide. I do want to fill back in some details with regard to, for instance, the home that I'm at, which is on a nice piece of land. It's got a nice backyard, but it's location which is primarily determining the value, and the location is to a great degree the amount of civilization and services, conveniences that the civilization provides, such as easy shopping, access to nice parks. These are public and private entities all working together to create a nice place to live, right? Now, we know that the number one thing that drives up the cost is that location, and that location being a function of the degree of civilization, the civilization being a function of all the people together working. What made Henry George radical was his statement, somewhere I think in chapter 26 or 27 of Progress and Poverty. He made this statement which caused people to confuse him with socialists, and the socialists didn't like him because he was, they said that he was like the last hurrah of capitalism. But what he said was, and this is radical, this is a very radical statement. He said, we must make all land common. Common. What did he mean by that? Yeah, you might want to just search that phrase. We must make all land common. Go down further, because you'll find a complete online, like at the, keep going. The one at oil was pretty good for a while. Go to the second page of search results. You have a way to get to a second page, don't you? Okay, there we go. Oh, let's see.
henrygeorge.org.
Yeah, there's lots of them. Keep going.
archive.org.
By the way, the one at Simple Liberty gives the best of all. I'd say Daryl Anderson gives the best argument that counters Georgism. You might want to look into that later, but let's go a little bit further. Let's not counter it yet, because I think there's value, and he'll point out the ways in which it's a good idea and ways that's not, which is why I really like Daryl Anderson's sort of analysis. Oil Liberty Fund, right there. Progress and Poverty, Online Library of Liberty. All right, let's see if we can jump, if there's a scroll down to like chapters, ebook, pub, Kindle, table of contents. Okay, chapter, let's go to 20. See if we can find, you know what? Let's scroll back up. I think there was a search feature. You might want to bookmark this. This is a really good version. Type in, we must make all land common. Try find again. It might not have a search index, or they may have gotten rid of it. I hate it when groups do this. Make good tools and then make them less good.
What about?
Just land common. Yeah, that would work. Let's see. There we go. Okay, yeah. Wherever we are in the text, I'm not sure, but we saw it. Okay, we'll just read this paragraph.
The identification of the cause that associates poverty with progress points to the remedy, but it is so radical a remedy that I have next deemed it necessary to inquire whether there is any other remedy. Beginning the investigation again from another starting point, I have passed in examination the measures and tendencies currently advocated or trusted in for the improvement of the condition of the laboring masses. The results of this investigation is to prove the preceding one, as it shows that nothing short of making land common property can permanently relieve poverty and check the tendency of wages to the starvation point.
Okay.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, a lot to take in here. That's what Albert Einstein thought, and Leo Tolstoy thought as well.
This could solve the need to increase the minimum wage to $15.
Well, you don't even have to do that because, well, that's, if you were to adjust, by the way, the minimum wage to where it was at the height in 1968, it would be $24, not 15, by the way. They've been talking 15 for 20 years. It goes a few places in a few municipalities, but in those places such as Seattle, where they went 15, have you noticed the McDonald's now have all those automated tellers? And there are all those beeping sounds that you don't even necessarily get to contact as many people at the McDonald's that you used to be able to. And they also have robot cup fillers. And so you don't do order taking, you do it through a touch screen now. When you increase the rates like that in just a few municipalities, they get to develop the robotics necessary to replace the humans with eventually, it could be like, if you've seen the movie Idiocracy, the Mike Judge film from 2006 or 8, where you just walk up to the podium and you scan your credit thing, and then you're issued this food from the robot that gives it to you, and it is written. The AI behind it is just a decision tree that's not very well designed to begin with itself, and creates all sorts of negative externalities.
So you're saying that increasing the minimum wage causes an increase in replacing human robots with real robots.
Right. Just as privacy becomes a luxury, non-automation, in other words, human service, will become a luxury as well. The more expensive you make labor, the less people, or the less it makes sense for businesses to employ labor. Which is why you have people who talk about trying to tax the robots. I don't think that's going to get very far. At least it hasn't so far, because so much of the productivity of the last 50 years has been the resultant of capital expenditure in the form of automation. Like, I've even contributed to that. My last corporate gig was to automate the installation of the software to the nation and to a greater degree the world's air traffic supply of air traffic control tower simulators, so that all the company needs to do now is just drop a USB stick in an envelope and mail it out to the location, and the on-site people just plug it in, go click, click, and all these Linux and Windows stations all get their updates. Before that, they'd always have to send a person out from headquarters to fly and have the expense of flying and experts in to get all the things updated. I automated that away and probably have, that's eliminated a huge cost for that billionaire Australian who owns that company, because they don't have to hire as many technical specialists. They don't have to fly them out, and they don't have to expense all their hotel and their food. But it's saving them tremendous money just by making this investment of automation. And that was the last thing I did for corporate global corporatism, was do that, was eliminate all those jobs and all those hours and all that expensive pay.
But your proposition that increasing the wages has a tendency to increase the robots to replace them. But if the wages have been stagnant and haven't been going up compared to everything else,
what I'm saying is
have the robots. So what would happen if they increase the minimum wage? Would that robot thing replace more at a greater rate than
a better argument is, why do you have minimum wage to begin with? It becomes a control, a governmental control, a kind of regulation, which may or may not have a function. The function is to, in a way, preserve capitalism, and in another way, enable consumerism. Because the more people who have disposable income, supposedly, the greater the economy, which means the greater the ability to tax the economy, which means the greater the ability to create a war machine, which means the greater the ability to control the resources of other nations, which means the greater the ability to control the world. In accordance to how it is you see it ought to be managed.